We call the public session to order, and our first item on the agenda this afternoon is an action item, community physician affiliates. I believe Chancellor Betsy Rodriguez, Vice President, will educate us on a couple of these items, and I think Brian is going to educate us on the other one. Go ahead.
Thank you. The first item that you have, the first action item, is a change to Collected Rule 320050. This is the Collected Rule on employee status, and this is simply in addition to that policy to allow the new subsidiary employees access to our benefit programs. So it's simply adding the definition of a subsidiary employee to that Collected Rule. Are there any questions to that change? Since it's a general session, Cindy, who would call for the vote on that, would you? It's a new,
Do I have a motion?
yeah.
Move approval.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Cindy?
Curator Bradley,
Yes.
Curator Covington, Curator Cups,
Yes.
Curator Downing,
Yes.
Curator Good,
Aye.
Curator Henriksen,
Yes.
Curator Phillips,
Yes.
Curator Steelman, Curator Stewart.
Aye.
Okay, you have 7 votes in favor.
Thank you. Your next action item has to do with the change to a series of collected rules that are in Chapter 500, which is the benefit programs. We have a brief summary. There's a 3-page attachment to the summary that goes into some detail. And basically what we're asking to have you do is to approve either restatements or amendments to a series of these collected rules. And there's really 4 reasons for these changes. One is, again, related to the new subsidiary that the University Healthcare System is taking on. The other changes are required by Affordable Care Act. Third, we are making just some annual benefit changes just to more clearly reflect the coverage in those plans. And then finally, we have some regulatory changes that need to occur. We have benefits attorneys who look at this on an annual basis and just make sure that we're in compliance, and often requires us to make some modifications. So those are summarized on the 3 pages following the summary notes. Are there any questions on any of those?
Not? Do I have a motion?
Move approval. Second.
Cindy?
Curator Bradley,
Yes.
Curator Cups,
Yes.
Curator Downing,
Yes.
Curator Good,
Aye.
Curator Henriksen,
Yes.
Curator Phillips,
Yes.
Curator Steelman,
Yes.
and Curator Stewart.
Aye.
All votes in favor.
Brian?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and also following along with this, with these community physician groups, there are 3 policies that need to be amended under the collected rules with respect to risk management and defense of these new employees of the university that are under the healthcare system, and they're listed in your materials. The first one has to do with the hazardous chemicals and radioactive materials policy that we have in the collected rules, and that these folks that are part of the surgical associates would be covered under the university's risk management program. The second one has to do with healthcare compliance and defending their actions, and they would be added to the list of those that are protected under the collected rules. And the third one is just another piece of the defense and protection of employees, where because of these new structures being brought in, as Vice President Rodriguez talked about, as new entities underneath the university's umbrella, these would need to be covered as well under the university's risk management program.
Any questions? Comments? Do I have a motion?
I so move.
Second?
Second.
Cindy?
Curator Bradley,
Yes.
Curator Cups,
Yes.
Curator Downing,
Yes.
Curator Good,
Aye.
Curator Henriksen,
Yes.
Curator Phillips,
Yes.
Curator Steelman,
Aye.
Curator Stewart.
Aye.
Okay, all votes in favor.
Thank you. Next item on our agenda is an information item, strategic plan highlights. Will be brought to us by our host, Chancellor Tom George.
Thank you very much, Curator Downing. Welcome all back to University of Missouri St. Louis. I think you were here last December, if I remember correctly, in this very room, and I'm glad we can provide some nice, sunny, mild weather for you for this visit. What I'm going to do is talk about our strategic plan, talk about the pieces we're putting in place to achieve our goals, the aims of the plan, and along the line, I'm going to give you a lot of good news and a lot of accomplishments. There'll be some challenges, and particularly near the end of my presentation, I'll talk about some of the challenges. But for the most part, this is going to be a lot of successes we've had on this campus, particularly over the past year and as they relate to strategic planning. On this first slide here, we have what we call 3 themes. And this is a template which all the campuses have: program enhancements, community partnerships, and the UMSL experience. And within each of these themes, we have levers. I'm not listing the levers per se, but we do have levers. And then under the levers, we've got action items, goals, and so forth. We also have a strategy statement. This is, for us, a challenging, bold strategy statement. And, you know, we are working on this, and mathematically, we feel that we can accomplish this by the year 2018, and that is we want to increase by 20% the number of graduates from the university, and that's getting baccalaureate, master's, and doctoral degrees. And we're going to accomplish that laminated on with the 3 themes. In terms of going toward that direction, this semester right now that we're in an actual record enrollment for the campus. It's 17,085 students. It's a combination of advanced credit students. These are students in the high school taking our courses, and also on-campus students, about 4,500 students that are in the high schools taking our courses, upwards from 12,500 to 13,000 students that are actually enrolled on the campus, degree-seeking students. In spite of it being a record, we actually were anticipating and budgeting for something even higher. And so we have a shortfall in terms of what we were planning for, and I'll get to that near the end of this talk. So while we hit a record, it wasn't really as much as we wanted to hit on this time around. We also have records for quality. We are now at 24.2 in our ACT. For an urban campus like ours, that's above the state average. It's above the national average. We had a 6% increase in new freshmen coming to the university. You know, in terms of just quality overall, we're improving our quality. A very important gauge for us is where do our freshmen come from? And there are 2 sources that we're trying to increase. This is consciously by design. One is the ACTCP program, the Advanced Credit Program. Typically, the students that take these courses in the high schools are your better students. And it's only recently, and I say recently, in the last 4 or 5 years, we've realized this should be a concentrated area to recruit from, because many of these students go off to very prestigious universities, and we are, of course, very prestigious, but they don't do it right here. So we're now consciously recruiting more for these students, and also from the Bridge program. The Bridge program are underrepresented students that, you know, come and spend Saturdays along with their parents on the campus, and 100% of these students go on to the college, a university, typically a 4-year university, in some cases a 2-year community college. So 25% of our new freshmen now have come from this group of students. So, you know, this is a kind of a group that we feel are more poised to graduate in 4 to 6 years. And so we're very happy about that, and I've pictured here 2 of our Bridge graduates. These are joyous celebrations. We have it each year where the students walk across the stage and you know, then tell us where they're going and all the scholarships they have to go where they're going. In terms of recruiting bigger and better students, we've made a special emphasis and investment in our veterans. And we have a new Department of Military and Veteran Studies. And just to recognize how well we've been doing in that arena, Military Times has recognized us as a military-friendly school. And they don't do every school like that, but our veteran enrollment is up 17%, and it's growing. And so that's certainly a commitment that we've got here on this campus. Here's a new word that I learned. It's deliveryologist. And we received the Inspired Deliveryologist Experts Award from the U.S. Education Delivery Institute. And this is recognizing how we've been able to integrate access to success into what we're doing in terms of recruitment and ensuring that students succeed. Access to success used to be focused just on minority students, and now it's been opened up to all students. And in terms of a gauge, and we have different gauges along the way, one important gauge for us is first-year retention. And we started a baseline of 78%. Our goal is to get to 82%, and we're halfway there at 80%. So in terms of freshmen going to sophomores, that's a direction that we want to make sure that we retain more of those students. We've also, to make sure students succeed, we need better advising, and we've been putting more dollars into advising. We have 4 additional advisors now this past year in arts and sciences, business, education, fine arts, and communication. And the advisors want to ensure that students don't take unnecessary courses. We want them to take courses, we want them to be well-rounded and educated, but we also want them to finish in as quickly a time as possible. Also, we're using the Starfish software along with other campuses, and in this past year, we had nearly 4,500 alerts with the students. This involved about 360 faculty, and this allows us to alert issues and problems before they become insurmountable with student success. We're a very diverse campus. Over 30% of our students are classified as minorities, over 20% African Americans, and we're recognized for that. And for the second year in a row, we received a Higher Education Excellence and Diversity Award from Insights into Diversity magazine, and that's certainly a signature for this campus in St. Louis and in the state. We're also very big on integrating online instruction within our instructional modes. We have either courses that are fully online or courses that are hybrids, and we're gradually increasing all of these. And you can see our numbers. We went from last year from 8,000 online students to 8,300 online students. And in terms of online credit hours, we went from 52,000 now to 55,000, and we expect that to continue to increase. It's part of our overall offerings, if you will. We're not going to be exclusively an online university, but yet there's a number of students that like to have that component of online, either fully online or in hybrids. And in many cases for us, it's hybrids. We've had a lot of success in private fundraising. When I arrived here 10 years ago, we were raising about $7 million a year, and through probably partly our aging alumni base. We're 51 years old now, and we're now having an alumni base that can give back to the university. The way that the community is investing in the university, corporate support as well as others, whether they're alums or not alums. We reached a record last year of $31.2 million. For us, that's a real milestone, and what I'm told is right now we're on target to actually exceed that record for this year. I shouldn't have said that because we probably won't, but we are on target at this point in time. And we raised dollars for professorships. We raise it particularly for scholarships, academic programs, and we call it. This doesn't replace tuition dollars or state support. What it does is it enhances. It's that margin of excellence that makes us an even better university. We're also focusing scholarships now, particularly on trying to get students to finish their degree. We have a number of people in the category of seniors. And when I say senior, it's not someone necessarily in their 4th year. They might be in their 5th year, 6th year, 7th year, because a number of our students are part-time. They're working part-time, raising families, things of this sort. But we have a category called Finish Your Degree scholarships. And these are, in many cases, students that have tapped out of their financial aid, and we want to make sure that they can finish. So we're investing more in these. We also have something called Triton Summer Scholarships. These are Pell-eligible students that cannot in the summer get financial aid. So we want to make sure that they can get financial aid because a lot of our students do want to go in the summer, and if we can get more of them to go in the summer, they can finish up in a more timely fashion. In terms of rankings, and I think that's important when we're talking about program enhancement, that we want to have some sort of gauge. Are your programs really better? And we've got some great national gauges on that. One is academic analytics. It gauges program quality, faculty productivity, things of that sort. And if you look at the publics, we're placed 9th among publics of what's called the high research category. That's not the highest category. The highest category is very high research category, but we're the high research category. But if you look at the universities that are in that category with us, William & Mary, Boston College, Syracuse, universities that are behind us in this category, Alabama, Kansas State, Clemson, Texas Tech. I mean, it's that's a real tribute to our faculty, and particularly when you think about it, that we're only 51 years old, and we've got faculty that are nationally acclaimed for what they're doing in the classroom and outside of the classroom. Also, and this is something that we've strategically focused on for this campus, when you look at U.S. News and World Report as a ranking, for example, as a whole for the university, it's going to be difficult to move up tiers in that just by looking at the kinds of investments we'd have to make on class sizes and things of this sort. But if you look at programs, we can make a big splash on programmatic rankings and in academic analytics of all universities that are in these categories. It's about 400 or 500 universities. Our counselor education is ranked 4th. Criminology, criminal justice ranked 4th. Clinical psychology 9th. Educational evaluation 11th. Psychology 11th. Communication 21st. Social work 17th. We have 8 programs that are actually ranked in the top 25. Again, a real tribute to our faculty and our overall programs and the students that are in those programs. U.S. News and World Report, once again, recently ranked our international business program in the top 20. It's by design. We invest in the program. We're very proud of the program, and students come here to the University of Missouri St. Louis to study in that program. You can't miss all the construction that's going on, and we talk about the theme of the UMSL experience. It's very important for our students. You can't see it with all of the blinds down, but right next to this building is the new Wellness Recreation Center being built by student fees, $36 million facility. That should be up and running by the end of this summer of 2015, and we couldn't be more excited about that. It's also a linchpin in terms of recruitment because we've had a number of students, particularly freshmen, said, I want to come here because I see what's being built in terms of that Wellness Recreation Center. The Science Learning Building, we're paying out of our own operating costs, and I'll get back to that shortly. It's $2 million a year. You can't see anything yet. It's a big hole, but there's a lot of cement in the hole, and it's starting to rise up. So hopefully in the next few months, we'll start to see something coming up. There's a lot more foundation that has to go into the Science Learning Building. It's an essential piece in a major M&R problem that we have in the science complex, and in order to go and address the M&R of the second stage that we hopefully will be able to do through the bonding issue, we have to first create this swing space, the space, it's all teaching space where we can put students and faculty and teaching activities into. A year ago, here at this board meeting, very grateful for this board approving our new optometry clinic, funded by a combination of student fees, not filling a few positions, saving some dollars from tuition. We expect to break ground on that sometime in the next few months. That's going to be right along Natural Bridge Road. It will take place where we used to have an osteopathic hospital. We bought the osteopathic hospital. It wasn't usable, and we tore it down, and now we're going to have the optometry clinic. It's the first step of a dream, and the dream is a $90 million facility and combining optometry and nursing. And so hopefully that dream will come true, but the first step is definitely coming true. That's the $17 million facility. Part of that is going to be space for other activities, and we're looking at things like urgent care or possibly even maybe an extension of the dental school there. Another dream, and I think it's much closer to the dream now, is the first phase of a new business building. We have raised about $20 million for a new business building. The overall business complex we envision, we have architectural designs for it, is a $45 million complex. Of the first phase, which is $20 million, $10 million of our 20 is real cash that we can apply to what we hope will be eventually a match from the state. We went through the legislative process on this along with the other 3 campuses, and this got approved by every single step along the way with the legislature. It ended on the governor's desk, and it's withheld. It's not vetoed, it's withheld. And we're ever hopeful that sometime during the coming calendar year, we'll be able to get those matching funds and then launch the business building. With that, assuming that happens, along with the Great Streets Natural Bridge project that we're redoing, Natural Bridge Road from Hanley to the Wedge, there'll be about $130 million of capital construction taking place on the campus. Very exciting, certainly what we need to enhance the not only enhancing the experience, but for academic programs. What's going to take place in the Science Learning Building in particular is essential, it's necessary. And we have programs and we have facilities that, well, not programs, but facilities that are just out of date. This will make us very up to date. In terms of marketing, that's part of our UMSL experience as well, and we've been very aggressive in all forms of marketing. whether it's in the social media, CRM, we have UMSL Magazine, the View Book. Those of you that live in this area, you can't miss the billboards that we have strategically placed around the community. So every single form of marketing that we can do, we are engaged in doing that. Let me end with comments on the situation in Ferguson, and it's gotten to be called Ferguson. We think of it more here as North County, and then, of course, when you get right down to it, it's greater St. Louis and beyond. But I want to talk a bit about what has happened and how this campus has responded and the challenges associated with it and where it's going to go from here. So let me first give us a sense of what things were like in July of this year. To a certain extent, this campus is like an oasis in North County. I mean, it's beautiful, and even today, even though we're almost in winter, you can see it. It used to be a golf course, the Belle Reef Country Club, and a lot of that beauty is still preserved, even though we now have built a lot of buildings, but it's 350 acres rolling land. We've been busy acquiring, carefully as things become available, and then we had an eruption on August 9th, and it took everyone by surprise, took us up by surprise. And I want to talk about how we, particularly here at UMSL, responded. You can certainly go into the newspapers and look at the news media and see how the area as a whole has responded, but I want to talk particularly about UMSL. First of all, if we try to see, where is, I don't know, well, trying to point it out here. Ferguson's really pretty big. It comes all the way down here to Route 70, goes all the way up to Route 270. So this area right here is Ferguson. The area of Canfield, where the shooting took place, is way over in the eastern part, right here, where that little square is. And that's, I'd say, about 4 to 5 miles from this campus. This campus is about 1.5 miles to 2 miles from the southernmost part of Ferguson, and that's us here. And basically what separates us from Ferguson is Route 70 and a very small town called Cool Valley, and then you get into Ferguson. So that gives you a geographic sense of where Ferguson is. And then you look just to the right or left of it, and there's all sorts of other municipalities. The one thing about the St. Louis region is we're crawling with municipalities. You can be driving along here for about 5 minutes and pass at least 6 different police cars. Different municipalities. It's just the way it is. A lot of municipalities. We have managed to get together. Oh, thanks. We have managed to get together on fire protection, and we're just starting to combine on police force. Cool Valley and Normandy, for example, have just combined, but we still have some challenges in these multiple municipalities. One of the ways that we've responded is that we have been able to ratchet up what we're already doing. The Missouri Institute of Mental Health moved from Columbia to this campus several years ago. It's now located in ITE, Innovative Technology Enterprises. It reaches out to people. It's got grants and contracts, but reaches out to people, counseling, therapeutic work. And what they've done basically is doubled and tripled their caseload now, moving into North County. So it's not like we had to recreate something new. There was something already in existence. We already had a Center for Trauma Recovery that's been reaching out into the community. We've simply ratcheted up the amount of work that they're doing. Child Advocacy Services, we have a full building dedicated to that on this campus, another building downtown. We have gotten them more engaged. Community Psychological Service, run through our Department of Psychology, and other counseling services. We've been very thoroughly engaged in all of these on the campus, and when I say that, we're investing resources in that. When you do all this and you do a lot more caseloads, this is time and people, and so we've been putting those efforts into that. Also, we've been having forums, and other campuses have done that too. We've had 7 or 8 forums whereby people can express themselves. These have been very good forums. They're peaceful forums, and we encourage that. We have had demonstrations, organized demonstrations, and not violent demonstrations. We've had clothing drives. All of these are taking place, and I should say it's faculty, staff, and students and alums that are engaged in all of this. We've had partners in the business community. The St. Louis Regional Chamber has stepped up, particularly in a coordinating role. The St. Louis Regional Business Council actually right up front created a reinvestment fund for North County. We were a founding partner with them on that. And that's particularly aimed at businesses that have been looted. Many of these businesses are owned by immigrants, and they're barely making ends meet even when times are good, let alone when times are bad. And there's been actually an outpouring of funds being directed either by grants, by loans like the Small Business Administration or other entities. And so, I really tip my hat to the community and the business community for stepping up. 3 of our largest companies actually are located either right in Ferguson or next to it. Emerson is smack in the middle of Ferguson. Express Scripts is right on our campus, very close to Ferguson, and Boeing. So in fact, I think these are the 3 largest companies we have in St. Louis, just happen to be right in the Ferguson area. Emerson, about a month or two, stepped up with a contribution of about $4.5 million of aid to this whole situation. $1.5 million is in the form of scholarships for students in North County to come to UMSL. And the president, I really appreciate his suggesting, and we did it, the system and us put in matching funds to actually increase that scholarship pool. We're now in the process of identifying students to use those scholarships. We've had many of media impressions. I mean, particularly our faculty in criminology, criminal justice, political science. I mean, they're seen and heard all over the world. And then that's a very important role, that we can make commentary. And along with that, we've had a lot more activity in classes, a lot more focus. We have new courses being proposed that focus on issues of racism, homelessness, things that are related to economics and so forth. I've got a few things written down here, like PBS at Two Hill. Gwen Eiffel conducted a live program right from the Two Hill Performing Arts Center. Our national public radio station, St. Louis Public Radio, has been very much engaged and giving us very good news reporting, as well as the other news outlets we have. Our faculty are involved in systematic planning change for how do we look at what has happened, what got us to the point where we are here in Ferguson. Yes, there was an incident, a very sad incident, but it's symptomatic to a large extent of something deeper in the St. Louis region and beyond, and how are we going to deal with that? The governor has been very engaged in this. He's kind of camped out in my building over the past 3 or 4 months, and that's fine. You see his press conferences periodically, but that's the tip of the iceberg. He's been meeting with group after group after group of all types, whether it's clergy, legislators, concerned citizens, and we have now the Ferguson Commission, which was appointed by the governor, and on that commission we have 3 alums. And one of those alums actually includes a faculty member, and that's Dan Isom. He's a faculty member now in our Department of Criminology or Criminal Justice. He's now the Public Safety Director for the state. He sits on the governor's cabinet. I've got him on loan to the governor for 2 years. That's it, and then he comes back into our criminology faculty. We are an anchor institution here in the region, and we are exercising that character of our anchor institution in terms of education, outreach. I mean, that's what we should be doing as a land-grant university. Our facilities, spending, partnerships. We've got 2,600 employees. We've got 17,000 students, 88,000 alums. Out of the 88,000 alums, about 65,000 are right here in the region. So there's a workforce, just if you think of everyone associated with the university, and we definitely fuel the region. We educate the region. We provide the workforce for the region. Contingency planning is important. And you might say, well, things happen. You can't predict what's going to happen. No, you can do planning. And I'll just give you one example. One example was that we learned that there was going to be a major protest to shut down I-70 near the Hanley Metro Station, which is near where Express Scripts is located in our campus. We went to the drawing boards, and I say we, myself, our chief of police, the chief of police of St. Louis County, the city, Express Scripts, and we planned, Ron Johnson, captain of the Highway Patrol, how we would try to contain a possible shutdown of I-70. In fact, at one point, it looked like the highway control might have to be the ones that actually do the shutting down. When it all got said and done, there was not a shutdown, and I think to a major reason we were able to plan for it. When the verdict was announced, we planned extensively for that. And as I mentioned earlier, there's not been what I would call any type of violence on this campus. But there has been looting and things of this sort, particularly up in the Ferguson, Florissant region, but not here on our campus. I've done strategic messages of the campus about every, 1 to 2 weeks, did an op-ed in the Post-Dispatch. We have things that we focus on, and what I want to talk about particularly is the challenges that this presents. It has presented challenges for us in terms of enrollment. Now, I mentioned earlier that we had a record of 17,085 students. That's a record for the campus. We anticipated actually about 3.5% more. We were budgeting and planning for that because we were going into this fiscal year with a $2 million deficit, which interestingly equates with the bond payments that we're making on the science building. We were anticipating, and we would have climbed out of that, except because of the incidents of early August, we dropped back to an increase, but not the increase we wanted. So we're moving along with a deficit that we're going to take care of. We've had deficits before. We know how to deal with them. Though I learned several weeks ago that right now our enrollment for the spring semester is down by 500 to 600 students. I talked to the deans, and I'm told that we can probably make a lot of that up. And in fact, a large part of it is students just simply haven't re-registered yet. They've got till the middle of January to do it, but, I'm concerned right now. I don't want to wait till the middle of January. So we're aggressively making phone calls, aggressively trying to get the students to re-register. But while we're doing that, I wanted a cushion. So I instituted it's a temporary hiring freeze with exceptions. And in fact, just today, I approved 3 exceptions to faculty hirings. Yesterday, I approved an exception for hiring in human resources, and we'll certainly make exceptions as necessary. But I think to be fiscally responsible, it's kind of like taking a breath right now. And so we're doing that. Hopefully, we'll be able to capture back a lot of that enrollment differential that we have. And, I think with everything that's going on in the turmoil, students are focused on trying to finish the semester and not registering or re-registering as soon as they've done in past years. Let me say, in terms of, I've mentioned already all the calls that are going on. It's calls from the colleges as well as our admissions office. This is not the responsibility just of recruitment and admissions. It's the responsibility of all of us. And my last message, too, in some people's minds, they think that if you're located near Ferguson, you're not safe. We are very safe. We're one of the safest campuses in the region. We have to continue to get that message out. And my last missive to the campus community, and it reaches about 54,000 people, was that we are indeed a safe campus. There has not been violence on this campus of any sort associated with the unrest in Ferguson. Where's the future? Well, first of all, we have to address the immediacy of the problems. These are problems. We have to address it, and certainly we do that. But to take a broader, longer view, how can we look at this and come out better? And that's what we're trying to position ourselves for. This is a situation that we can better understand some deep-seated problems that are existing in our region of racism, of unemployment, housing, foreclosures, and so forth. And we have people on our campus that are experts in that. We're talking to other universities as well. We're talking to WashU, SLU, St. Louis Community College, Harris Stowe. How can we coordinate and collectively get things done by pulling our resources together? What we're going to be remembered for when time goes on is not what kind of damage might have been done to an institution or a campus, but how did you respond to it? How did you rise, and how did you become better and better serve the region? That's what we're all about here, and that's our challenge. And thank you for listening to me.
Very much.
Tom, are you letting any students delay their final exams or anything? I
We
some
haven't.
schools are doing that, I
Yeah, I
guess.
know they are. We haven't, as far as I know, Curator Bradley, we haven't had to do that. So as far as I know, our students, our exams will start next week and then culminate with a commencement on December 20th. But right now, at this point in time, we're on target to do everything as scheduled.
How has any of your law enforcement courses changed as a result of the incident?
That's interesting. There's a lot more discussion in our courses that are designed along this way. You have to bear in mind, our criminology criminal justice department has been very engaged in issues like that right from the get-go. We've got new programs, for example, with the St. Louis Police that Rick Rosenfeld has designed of how we can hopefully reduce crime. So we have things that are in place that we can just simply ratchet them up. But this has been a training ground now for faculty and students. And, and for some of our faculty, is certainly Dan Eisen, but David Klinger, former member of the Los Angeles Police Department. I mean, and we're very much qualified and engaged in that, but yes.
Is there any reason that you didn't mention United Way and your engagement with United Way on the Ferguson issue as
Yeah,
well?
well, we talked to United Way, and I talked to Orv Kimbrough, who's one of our alums. We talked. United Way's been certainly engaged in that, and we've been engaged through them through North County Incorporated. North County Inc. It's like the regional chamber, but it's just for North County. What's interesting about that is not a lot of people outside of North County know about North County Inc. Now, almost everyone knows about North County Inc., but they've been kind of the pivotal point. And so United Way and the Reinvestment Fund through the Regional Business Council have been working through North County Inc. And United Way's been great.
Tom, how are you going to go about getting those 600 students back? I mean, I guess were they already had indicated they were going to enroll and then they dropped out? Or
Well,
what
these
happened?
are students that haven't finished, and they should return. I mean, it's like a junior, coming first year semester junior coming back for the second semester. Though our strategy is to aggressively contact every one of them. I mean, that's what we're doing. And in a number of the contacts, we've been told, I just haven't gotten around to it, this and that. Of course, that creates all sorts of angst for me and others. But no, we're aggressively going after this.
I have 3 areas of questions. I'll just take them one at a time. But first, a comment. It does appear, for those of us that don't live in St. Louis, that UMSL plays, really well to address Ferguson and the greater issue, and has been a positive for the area. And the Missouri Institute for Mental Health being here is really a blessing for St. Louis. So kudos for what you've been able to do, and hope you do more. First area, and I'll just take them one at a time because others may have questions, but a year ago we approved a joint program with the J School here, taking the Beacon and the radio station in what I think we saw as an experimental program, and with a lot of community support, which was, very important to the approval, I think. But we also said it would have to stand on its own after a few years. How's it doing?
It's actually doing quite well. Let me first talk about the merger, and then let me get to the academic component. The merger's going splendidly. And, so I think this is roughly our 1-year anniversary of the merger. And we don't even refer it anymore to the Beacon. We just say St. Louis Public Radio. And then you go online and read or listen to the radio. But that's going extremely well. And certainly, the coverage of Ferguson and everything associated with that's been outstanding in St. Louis Public Radio and everything that's online. In terms of the academic component, what we're trying to get into place is some courses now. We've got 3 to 4 new courses developed that are going to be offered in the spring and in the fall. We've been in discussion with the J School about these. We're doing the courses ourselves, but we wanted to have these in place to create a venue for the J School. So I'd say at this point, we're getting our own house in order in terms of the academics. We've got students signed up for these courses. I can't remember exactly the names of them, but they're in media. And so, if you will, we're creating the structure that can enable the J School to get more engaged with us.
Good, thank you. Others may have questions, and I'll come back with a couple others. Or not. So 40% now take 1 or more online courses. You think that's satisfactory? Do you have a goal set? Do you think that students ought to be required to take at least 1 online course? Does the university system provide you with support? Do we have toolkits or templates to make it easy for professors to transition?
Yeah. Well,
you don't have to answer all those, but
Yeah,
give us a little report on that.
Yeah, let me comment. Well, first of all, the system's been great about this. I mean, working through the president, working through, the vice president for information technology, we've been looking at a common portal, and we've been looking at ways that we can help in a collective fashion do online instruction, either for a campus that's doing it all by themselves or for partnering. I mean, a great example is nursing. We partner with UMKC and Columbia, and a lot of that has online instruction. So in terms of that, the system, and they've been encouraging. I mean, that I think is very important to encourage us to ramp it up with online. Now, in terms of, should every student take an online course? And to a certain extent, we've been responding to what students say that they want. And, you know, with the turn to online instruction, many students want online instruction. Not every single student takes an online class, but many students want that, and that's why it continues to increase. And so, as you saw from the numbers, we've been increasing every year. And so we will continue to do that. And in some cases, we got programs that are fully online, not just courses. I mean, you can get a communication degree, you know, fully online if that's what you want to do. You know, given where we are, we're in an urban area. What students want here is they want access. Now, that access, in many cases, they can drive here because they're within a half-hour drive, but they don't always want to drive every day. So that's why we have a number of hybrid courses. We offered the first online MBA program in the state. It's never been 100% online. It's a hybrid, and it's what the students want. What also they want is convenient times. We offer everything in the evening, largely from 5:30 to 9:30. Our busiest time on campus is Tuesday evening at about 5:30 or 6 o'clock. That's not online, but it's another piece of the puzzle. I mean, I kind of view it as we have many aspects and pieces of this. Online is a very important component, and we are increasing on that. We haven't gone to the stage where we're requiring every student to have an online course, but yeah, we're moving more in that direction. More and more students are taking online courses.
Cindy wants me to be online like everybody else. If I'd taken an online course like Dave Bradley must have in his youth, I'd be up on my computer.
Internet, Al Gore hadn't discovered the internet yet.
Final question. You've got this beautiful new health or wellness and
Wellness, recreation. yeah.
and recreation.
Actually, it's recreation and wellness. We put
Wellness,
the
yeah.
recreation first, recreational wellness center.
So legislators may drive by that and say, my gosh, here we're building these beautiful facilities and so forth. So did the legislature pay for that, or do the students have any skin in the game?
They've got skin, they got bones, they've got hearts, they've got livers. I mean, the whole 9 yards is funded by students. This was a referendum. It's a referendum that all the students voted on. It had the highest turnout that I've seen of any referendum. More students voted in this than they vote for the president of the Student Government Association. This is their building, just like this building right here that we're in. This is not state-funded. Now, we have state funds that might get involved in some of the upkeep, but no, that building is their building, and even with contingencies for upkeep in the building. Having said that, then, since it's their building, and since it's their fees, they're having a major say in what fees people should pay to use it. And so faculty, staff, people like myself, people from the community are going to have to pay fees to use it. Students won't have to. But no, it's not a state building. It's a totally student-funded building.
That's all I got.
Any other questions? Thank you, Chancellor.
Thank you.
Next item on our agenda is the Compensation Human Resources Committee. Chair Phillips?
Well, at the risk of talking too much, I probably won't say anything else the rest of the day, maybe. Let me say that Betsy has really brought a fresh approach. She was here before I came on the board, but the kinds of ideas that she's brought in about a year ago told us of her programs, new concepts that bring us into the 21st century. And it is a people business, right? I think over half of our dollars go to salaries and benefits. Am I roughly right about that?
Yes.
So I want to just say a few things about what you're going to hear and maybe emphasize it, and then she's going to give you the detail. First, we all have agreed, and we talk about this at every session, the MU campus has to maintain its AAU rankings. It's very important to do that, but we've been hard-pressed to pay salaries that permit that. The second thing is that other campuses also have peer rankings, and in terms of salaries, we're down below average on all of the peer rankings. So each campus is challenged on salaries. And so the strategy that you laid out about a year ago, Betsy, included talking about pay for performance, and I know you're going to talk about that, and it's been implemented. That's a business concept that is new to many academic institutions. There have been recently opportunities on the Columbia campus for early out opportunities. I hope you'll explain the compa ratio, because I still don't understand that,
Be happy
but I
to.
know that's one of your strategies. A career ladder and opportunities for advancement of staff, which I know that you're going to try to do that for each area of staff, and that will be important for people that want to make a career at the university. Systematizing human resources and other things like IT, which I think that we as a board have supported and have been asking for more systemization, so we'll have economies of scale, and a total rewards program. And this may be the most important thing that Betsy's going to talk about today, one that, at least in the Columbia area, gives a narrow network opportunity, which does, throughout the system, does total rewards and wellness programs. And I think the recent hybridization of our retirement system so that new employees come in with a hybrid program is going to free up dollars for salaries. And I just think that the system and that our HR function has really advanced the ball in the year that you've told us about these things. And that's a long introduction, but we're anxious to see the detail.
Great. Well, I'm eager to show them to you, and I think we do have a good news story to tell. I got information, as Curator Phillips said, on faculty and staff pay, particularly as it relates to our peers in the market. And I, in particular, want to cover what happened during the salary increases this year. Just to put this in perspective, as you know, our salaries and benefits do make up a significant portion of the university's budget. And this is showing that for all employees, as you know, only about half of our employees are full-time benefit eligible. So I'll be mostly talking about that group today, which is about 19,000 employees. So all said, we spend about $1.7 billion on people. And given the enormous impact on our budget and the importance of having high-quality faculty and staff, it's really critical that we're very strategic in our compensation and benefit practices. And I think we have moved the needle there. I want to show you this history that I've shown you before. This is starting with 2002 and shows that we did have relatively small increases in our salary budgets over the last 10 years. I wanted to show you this because it's really one of the reasons that we're so far behind our peers. While nationally we're seeing a real drop in the amounts put towards salary increases, we typically have been below that national average, and that's really what's got us into the position that we are today. And just to remind you, some of you are new, how do annual salary increases happen? You as a board approve an overall increase to the salary and benefits budget, and that's based on recommendations that we provide to you, both on what we think is going to happen on the benefit side and what we see as possibilities for the campus budgets in discussions with them. As you know, one of the things that's happened to us historically is those benefit costs have sort of taken over that process, and that has become the first decision rather than the second decision. So we've had to fund the benefits, and then we've had to see sort of what's left over for salaries. And I think we're in a different position now, thanks to some work that the Benefits Task Force did over the last year, and I'm going to show you some ways that we've implemented that. One of the things that Vice President Burnett will talk about in a minute in the efficiency report is that we are actually, for the first time, holding the benefits rate constant for the next 3 years. And that is not changing the benefits themselves, but finding a way to fund those benefits through the same percentage basis that we have in the past. And that is part of what's allowed the campuses to have additional funds for salary increases this year. One of the last points I want to leave you on this slide is that while spending 3%, which is what this slide shows, may not be impactful, what's really impactful is, as Curator Phillips says, the way you distribute those monies. And the campuses have all worked very hard, particularly in the faculty side, to really distribute those salaries increases based on merit. And both President Wolf and the chancellors have really made an effort to push that culture and have faculty and staff understand that that's the way that we want to pay going forward. This slide looks a little different than the slide that you originally got in your packets, although I think that Cindy handed out a paper copy of the most recent version. It's very difficult to get to these numbers for a variety of reasons, which I won't go through today. But I feel very confident in these numbers, and they've been reviewed by the campuses. So what you're looking at here are the average increases across the campus and its system, and I've broken it out by faculty and staff. And as expected, we have wide differences across the campuses. And again, back on the previous slide, I showed you the range of 0 to 3%, so the campuses had a great deal of leeway depending on their budget situation. Let me explain the three groups of faculty, because that sometimes gets confusing. Ranked, or TT, stands for tenure track faculty. This is the highest level of salaries, and you do see some of the higher level percent increases going to those groups. It also, a percent increase to this group costs a lot more than it would to some of the other groups, because these are the higher salaries. NTT is non-tenured track, so those are the faculty that are often focusing on research, or they're focusing in extension, or they might be focusing on teaching, but they're not on a tenure track, and those are lower salaries, and you see a little bit lower increases there. And then finally, we have academic personnel who are sort of unranked faculty, and these are full-time. They have titles such as assistant teaching professor, clinical folks. I'm sorry, I read the wrong section. That's non-tenure track. These academic folks are academic directors, research engineers, librarians, et cetera. So they're in academic positions, but they're not actually faculty. I also separated out the staff into salaried and hourly, and I did that for two reasons. One is that the salaried employees are the higher paid employees, so there is more money. A percent increase, again, is more money there. But I also broke out them because the hourly folks, there's a little bit of an anomaly in these numbers, and that is S&T and UMSL had planned to do an additional 1% increase to their union-eligible employees, and for a variety of reasons, that union contract was not approved. That was on the union side, not us. And so we actually have not yet put in those increases. So you would see a little bit higher number for both S&T and UMSL on the staff side because of that. And then finally, I wanted to bring to your attention that this chart represents about 15,000 of the 19,000 employees. What I left out, and by the way, by far the majority of them are at MU. There's about 8,000 represented there. I didn't include the hospital, and the reason is they have a very different business model. They've actually been doing this pay-for-performance model for about 5 years, and as you can imagine, they're in a highly competitive healthcare market. It's very important that they stay on market with their salaries. They do a very careful annual calibration, and this year their salary increases ranged from 0 to 5%, and their average was 2.7. So they fell right kind of in the mix with the rest of the campuses.
Betsy,
Yes.
looking at the original chart, there's quite a difference in the number. Is it different database, or was there an error, or what?
No, it's not a different database. As you can imagine, we have a very decentralized environment, and we have all kinds of people putting data into the system. And what we discovered between that slide and this slide is that people put the increases in and didn't label them as merit increases, so they didn't get picked up on some of the original data runs. So we actually went back to the campuses. We made sure we were comparing apples to apples, that we had the same people in the database, and we did. And I want to thank Eric Smetana, who's sitting on the front row back there, who did a ton of this work with the campuses. And so we ended up pulling out some other codes that were very clearly merit increases, or salary increases, if you will, and that's what changed the number. And it was mostly MU and UMSL that it changed for.
I saw that. Well, that's good, I think that was caught, and that we are getting good comparisons.
Yeah, and it was very important to MU. I'm going to talk about that in a minute. They did some really significant focused increases on their faculty, and they really weren't reflected in those first numbers. So we wanted to make sure that we did that. Are there any other questions on this slide?
Do we have increases other than merit increases?
Yes, so faculty often get not often, usually once in their career, they get a promotion from assistant to associate professor, and there's a flat dollar amount. Staff will maybe get multiple promotions during their career. Sometimes there's an adjustment, someone's taking on additional duties, it's not necessarily a promotion. Unfortunately, we have a lot of codes in our system and a lot of reasons that people can enter data, and we are trying to get a handle on that, because that's what makes this kind of hard.
So if you add all those up with these merit increases, what's our total increase in our salary?
This
pool?
is mostly just merit increases. We tried to pull out those other increases that we didn't think were really due to the annual increase process.
What if you add up the total?
It'd be just slightly higher. The promotions don't usually add up to a lot because we also have turnover. So we
Okay.
have people leaving positions.
Still
It's
around
kind
the
of,
same,
yeah.
okay.
So I wanted to show you what MU did, because I think it's really worth talking about. So under the leadership of both Chancellor Lofton and Interim Provost Dean, they've made significant investments in faculty salaries, and you saw that in the average increase on the other slide, which was over 4%. They put in a very strong merit-based program and delivered some very large increases to some highly productive faculty. And the result was almost 400 out of their 1,200 faculty got an average increase of almost 10%, in some cases even over 10%. But that was a small targeted group that were highly productive. To put this in perspective, there's about 1,200 tenure-track faculty, and there are about 750 non-tenure-track faculty. There were a small number of non-tenure-track that got those raises, but for the most part, it was that important, critical group of tenure-track faculty. Now, the way they distribute...
Were any of those people at risk? What was the percentage at risk, or were any of those, were we able to determine if any of that group was at risk?
Well, I told the Provost Dean that I would call on him, and that's probably a good question for him. Ken, did you all, were any of those targeted folks that you thought were at risk for leaving the institution?
Yes.
Thought that might be the answer, but I didn't want to speak for you.
What percentage? Can you give us an idea of what percentage?
I don't know what the percentage would be. As a practical matter, all of our productive faculty are at risk to be courted by other institutions. And so we have to constantly be vigilant about that and be aware and be willing to make counteroffers for those highly productive individuals, and we do.
There were 2 rounds. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Curator Good.
Would you want to finish what you were going to say?
No, go ahead.
Okay. In past years, the percentage increases were not totally across the board, but more so than they were this last year.
Yes.
And often when you use this new approach, you get a lot of grumbling, to say the least, but a lot of people who don't believe the data on which they were judged and that sort of thing. In that this was the first big year in this direction, how did that go generally on, if you want to differentiate between the campuses, fine, but I had wondered about that kind of from the get-go on this, and it's probably a good time to get the answer.
I'll give you an overall answer, and then you might want to hear from the chancellors directly, because I think it probably differed a little bit on each campus. Chancellor Schrader and I were talking about this last night. It's clearly a culture change, and I was speaking to Chancellor Lofton at lunch about it as well. It's difficult when things have been a certain way for years and years, and then they change, and these things don't change overnight. So there definitely was grumbling, there was definitely people questioning data, et cetera, but I think everybody, for a whole variety of reasons, sees that this is the way we're going to be going forward and understands that. But there's always going to be those people who aren't the ones who got the increases, who question, how it happened, et cetera. And most importantly, there was a large group of folks, both staff and faculty, who received 0 increase this year. And that is huge. When we have tried to kind of spread those small increases that we've had, because they've been fairly small, we have spread them pretty evenly. And the way we were able to give large increases is not because we increased the overall amount of money, it's because we gave some people large amounts and some people 0. And those numbers were huge. When we pulled the data from the system records, and there was really a large number of people that got no increase, and that was a very hard pill to swallow. I don't know if the chancellors want to weigh in about that.
So basically, did that cause fairly large problems, or did,
I would say
excuse me,
it's,
did they understand and pretty much?
I'd say we're in year 1 of probably a 3-year process. So I think that there was some understanding, but there's still some grumbling. Chancellor Schrader, do you want to speak from maybe the faculty perspective?
Certainly. We've actually been doing this for several years now, in really recognizing a limited number of top performers and providing some substantial increases for those folks. And also understanding that when you're looking at merit, it's something meritorious above what's expected. Probably what's been very helpful for us in terms of the acceptance of this practice at Missouri S&T is that our faculty were very strongly committed to putting in the strategic plan that we were going to be recognizing excellence, and that means in addition to looking at the merit being distributed based on individual performance, we also now are looking at distributing merit funding across departments in a way that recognizes those exceptional departments as well.
Thank you.
I ask a question, this may have been gone over before, whoever, I don't know, whoever should answer it can. It may vary widely from department to department or campus to campus, but what is the data? We use the term excellence, and it helped me understand. Are we talking research dollars? Are we talking teaching? Are we talking STEM? What are we talking?
Yeah, that's a great question. And again, this is something Chancellor Schrader and I were talking about last night. It varies not only by campus, it can vary within schools and colleges. So you may have certain colleges or even departments where the focus is research, for example, where in another department it may be highly it may be high-quality teaching. There's typically a balance for tenure-track faculty, but there can certainly be different emphases, and there can definitely be different metrics, even on research. If research is the focus, one department may count it in one way. The point is to be very clear with the faculty up front, what are the metrics? And I think what Chancellor Schrader was saying is they put that in their strategic plan. They were clear that each department was going to come up with metrics, and that the folks in those departments would agree on those, they would help develop them, and then they would also have to live by them. And that's exactly what they've been doing. So it varies across units.
How is it executed up the line? Do deans make recommendations? Do department chairs? I mean, how is it implemented?
Typically, a department chair will make recommendations within a certain parameter. So I know at the MU campus, for example, in order to tap into these extraordinary increases, a department had to make a commitment of at least a 2% salary increase and then could appeal to the provost's office for additional, or through the dean and then to the provost's office for additional funds. So it varies again by school. Typically, there's at least another level review.
Does it stop at the provost, or does it go to the chancellor?
Ken, did it stop at the provost for MU? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Could I ask one more follow-up question then? I know I'm talking too much, I apologize.
Sorry.
When you have to make these decisions between schools, between colleges, between departments, because those decisions have to be made too, even though they have different criteria, can you help us understand a little bit how you make those decisions, or how you referee
Yes.
that fight?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. We distributed in both rounds a form that we asked the dean to oversee, filling out for each individual who was being recommended to us. And the form changed a little bit between the mid-year, the February, and the September raise, based upon some feedback we had gotten. We wanted to make sure that, from my perspective, I wanted to honor as much as I could what the deans had sent to me, because I know that the deans reviewed what came to them from the department chairs and the recommendations that they made. They made cuts at their level. They made decisions at their level. And when they sent it on to me, my goal was to honor as much as I could what they had submitted and make it fit within the funds that we had available. So, as you might guess, there were more requests than there were funds available. And in some cases, in a handful of cases, I had discussions with the dean about a particular individual or individuals that I had some concerns about. And the dean often decided that that person would no longer be submitted. But there were only a handful of those.
But does Mr. Stewart's question then enter into this? They're also at this level during this process identifying at-risk people who we have to pay particular attention to?
Well, clearly, the most productive people are the most at-risk people. So I think the names that came forward to me are names that I recognized, not that I knew all of them, but names that I recognized of individuals that I knew for a fact had been courted by other institutions. And that's certainly a factor that comes into it in the decision-making.
Can I add maybe a comment on, you were asking what level does it stop at? The level that I become involved in our campus is when we think someone might get an outside offer, not when they have one, but we try to bird dog that one and say, and it might be part of this or it might be outside of this process, but you get a sense whether someone's ripe for an outside offer. Then my office will get involved in that because we're going to look at larger amounts of money.
Is that basically, Cheryl or Bowen, is that kind of what happens on your campus in Leo? Is that?
Yes, that's the same that happens at Missouri S&T. Although in the annual merit process I have for the past few years, also reviewed not only the faculty recommendations that come to me from the provost, but also any staff recommendations coming from across the university. And I've done that because as we are moving forward with this recognition of excellence, we want to have a common understanding and have some continuity across the university. So as we have our new vice provost and deans in place for the next merit round, and a new provost, I think that eventually it would become more centered in the academic affairs.
Mr. Chairman, I'm taking with you, but Bowen, because I'd like to hear your comments on that too.
Very much. Ken and I, and also my CFO, reviewed aggregated data pretty often. We went through an iterative process to really be sure we had the best way forward here. So I wasn't looking at individual faculty personally, but I was looking at aggregated data across the colleges with Ken and with Rhonda to make sure I was satisfied we had distributions that were appropriate.
And find out, going this route, can this by itself help raise us out of that last place graph that you'll get to in the AAU setup?
Yes, you
There it
set
is.
up my next slide.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to spend much time on this because this is 2013 data, but we believe very strongly, and the campus does as well, that in fact, we've done some modeling. We believe that in doing this for a few more years, they should move up pretty substantially in that quartile. So we do expect them to do that. Unfortunately, the data only come out after the fall, so we'll have to wait till next year to look at that.
In retaining faculty, it's not just salary. Especially for faculty in the sciences, engineering, and medicine, it's about what else we do to support their research activities. And that can become much more expensive than the salary part, just so you understand. It's not just about salary. That's a factor. But faculty will tell you it's colleagues, it's my equipment, my space. Those are the things that matter to them a lot. And so you have to look at a holistic picture of what that faculty member needs to be productive to really keep them if they're going to be lured away by other places. Salary may be the least of your problems.
Just like we have a strong message for people that are very productive, with a great raises. That's also a strong message for people that get 0%.
Yes,
And
very strong.
I've heard talk of a 10-year review.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if we've started it anywhere. I know Bowen talked about that when he came here. But are we starting that on campuses to,
Hank, I'm looking at you, Vice
what
President.
are we doing there with the tenured faculty that are unproductive?
Yeah, I'll let Vice Principal answer.
In that regard, we have a process which is post-tenure review, which happens every 5 years. And I'm happy to say that President Wolf and the chancellors have spent some time really thinking about that, thinking about what it means. It was put in place a number of years ago, but we're really paying attention to it in a new way. And in fact, Tim has really pushed hard for us to look at that and to seriously consider, as have I, what are the factors that go into that review? How often do we really critique people properly so that they know where they stand? And I think you're going to see over the next, I would say, 3 years, some culture change around that too.
Can I just make a comment? We have at least 2 members of the Intercampus Faculty Council back. Just have 2, Craig? We have 2. We challenged this IFC to get after this workload issue because they clearly see that we need to raise the workload and the productivity of faculty, and they put together a workload policy that they proposed to the chancellors, and the chancellors are implementing that. The other thing that they're working on is that post-tenure review. Hank is the sponsor of ISC collaborating, but a lot of the credit relative to raising levels of expectation and paying for performance, I give credit to IFC for taking this on and describing what they think is the appropriate workload policy for faculty.
Thank you. I'm going to skip the next slide because, again, it's using 2013 data and just showing how the campuses compare, but we really need to wait until we get another year to be able to know if we made a difference. Let me just quickly cover the staff side of this. As you all know, we implemented a new staff structure that has allowed us to do a lot of different things. I'm going to talk about some of those in a minute. But the big significant changes were we went from 5,000 titles, and they really varied all across the campuses, to 700, and went from 1,100 pay ranges to 19, and that has allowed us to look at data in a way that we've never been able to do. One example of that is the way we implemented performance-based pay at the system. So this is just for the 500 system employees, and this little stoplight chart that you see actually at the bottom shows where someone might be in the range, in their salary range, and then the vertical axis actually shows what their score might be in performance, ranging from 1, which is unacceptable, all the way up to a 5, which is outstanding. And the idea is that we focus the money in that green area, which are the folks that are lowest in the salary range, meaning they're the farthest off their peer group, this is for staff, and they are the highest performers. And then we sort of moved from there. So folks in the middle of that chart did get an increase, but a much smaller increase, either because they were already high enough in the pay range or because they were not as high of a performer. And the other thing that we've been talking about is there's a very large red area on here, and those are the folks at system that did not get an increase, again, because they were a fairly low performer and either had a low salary or even had a high salary, but they were a low performer. So we implemented this at system, and it was actually very well, it was somewhat easy to do. It's a multi-year project, but it was very important because what we didn't spend any more money, but we spent it very differently. And so we were able to give people 6-7% raises, a handful of people, because we had 100 people get no increase. And that was a very clear message. And so without spending any more money, we were able to really make some differences. And again, our new structure helped us do that because we had very clear ideas now of where people were compared to the market, and we implemented a new online performance system that allowed us to very clearly get performance scores. When you have those two pieces, it's much easier to manage this process. This is similar to the system the hospital's been using for 5 years, and the other campuses are in various stages of implementing this on their campuses. Let me show you the results of having the data that I just talked about. So this is that word compa ratio that Curator Phillips referred to, and basically it's a fancy way of saying where is someone on the range? Where are they on their salary range? So the bottom of this chart represents a salary range, and that vertical line in the middle represents the market. Now, we actually tag ourselves for staff at the 40th percentile of the market. We don't try to get to the middle of the market. As you can see from this chart, we couldn't afford that. So we are actually targeting ourselves to the middle of the market, and you'd like to see a nice bell curve around that line, meaning that you've got some newer or lower performers on the left side and your longer-term employees and your higher performers on the right side. We have a ways to go, but we actually can show at System that we've made significant progress this year, and System is actually the pink line there that you can see is moving a little bit toward market. Prior to this year, we would have looked a little bit different than this. The top point of that line is Missouri S&T. And there's a big reason for why their salaries are kind of grouped at the lower end there, and that is for years we thought there was a market differential of working in Rolla. And in fact, through some data that we now have, there is not. And so we know that we have a big gap to make up in the Rolla area, and we're working with the chancellor and their HR leader to do that. But we now have really good data of where we sit compared to the market on staff. This is the chart that you all saw in President Wolf's presentation in April. Won't spend a lot of time on this, but it's just another example of what we're able to do with the data that we have from the staff system. This is one that Curator Phillips mentioned that we're very proud of and excited about, and Eric in the back has been leading the charge on this as well. We're now able, through our new structure, to actually build career paths. And why is this important? Well, pay and benefits are important, but we know one of the biggest reasons that people come or leave an organization is about their career path. They need to see that they've got options and that they feel like they have opportunities to advance. And so without going through the detail, because it's not as important, it's just important to recognize that we can now build these career paths for different kinds of jobs. And here we're showing the finance area, and we're also showing strategic communications and the options that someone has, not just to move up, but also to move laterally, and what those positions might do to set them up for future opportunities. One more example of what we can do with our new data is, this is similar to the slide that I showed a few minutes ago. This is taking just the IT area, and the part you see on the left is what we showed you in April. And in fact, under the leadership of Chancellor Lofton and Vice President Allen, they are trying to move what's the black area of this chart on the left more into the yellow area. In other words, trying to take all of these decentralized IT folks that are out in the schools and colleges and lining them up with Gary's organization more centrally so that they can do a better job on things like security and et cetera. So this is, I guess the far side of the chart, Gary, I would say is ideal. It's not where we are yet, but it's where they're trying to move.
That's a huge cultural shift.
It is. Thank you.
So, you've got these fiefdoms that are deeply embedded in the various organizations, and you're going to be challenged.
I think he has been and will continue to be.
Betsy,
Yes.
is this mainly moving, physically moving people to a central, or it's a reporting to a central position rather than?
It's not physically moving them, and that's really important because the work still needs to be done where it needs to be done, but it needs to report through the central structure. So Gary's working it out so that they actually have a different reporting relationship. Do you want to say anything about that, Gary? Is that okay? Okay.
I agree, that makes a lot of sense.
And we're actually looking at this in the finance area and the HR area as well.
So they're actually going to be reporting up through to you, Gary, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And we actually had a hard time even identifying who they were prior to having the new structure, so that's been a huge benefit. I'll skip the last slide. It really was just where we're headed in the future, and I'll be bringing you more of this in the future so we can talk about that. Would you like me to move on to annual enrollment? The next topic? Okay. There we go. I'll do this quickly. It's mostly good news report. As you all know, annually we allow employees to make changes to their benefit plans. Most of them do not. They just kind of stay where they are. And for a variety of reasons, we wanted to have an active enrollment this year, meaning that we wanted to require every employee to enroll, and if they didn't, they would be defaulted into a plan most likely different than what they currently had. And I want to show you some of our success with this. To remind you, there were a number of goals that came out of the task force, but 3 of them we focused on this year, and that was around flexibility, adding some more options for healthy behavior and more efficient use of our own healthcare services, and a huge investment in communications and education. Here are the changes that really made a big difference. So we had an active enrollment, as I mentioned. We created a new custom network plan, which I'm going to talk about. It rolls out January 1 of 2015, but it was included in the annual enrollment process that we just had. We had a significant increase to our wellness program, and like I said, changes in communications. Here's the result of our communications efforts. It's hard to believe that number, but it's true. We had almost 600,000 reaches with communication tools. And I think one of the best criticisms I got is that someone said, how could anybody not know annual enrollment is coming? So I think we succeeded in getting that message out, and I give a huge shout out to Kelly Stuck and her team. They were unbelievable. But she would tell you, and I agree, it takes a village, and we had an amazing cooperation with the campus this year in ways that we've just never been able to do before. We had really everyone engaged, from the chancellor through the HR offices, et cetera, and that's really what made this happen. So the result is 99.9% of the employees did make an active enrollment. There's actually about 80 people who didn't, and we went through the names individually, and we can pretty much tell you that they were either on they're on medical leave, or they were on military leave, or they had decided to retire and they were just refusing to do anything. So we feel like we basically reached everybody that we needed to reach. Let me give you a quick overview of our 3 plans. I won't go through any detail, but I just want to remind you what we set up for folks. So the employees in Columbia had 3 choices, and the employees on the other campuses had 2. And so everyone had the choice of the Healthy Savings Plan, which we made a few changes to, but not a lot. And that's our high deductible plan that comes with a health savings account. And then the bottom of the chart is the PPO, which is our traditional plan, which has the highest premium. Then we added, as I said, the custom network plan. And I wanted to show this to you because I wanted to show how it positioned between the other 2 plans. It's a middle level premium. So if you follow the family premiums on the right side, it's about $238 for the Healthy Savings Plan, about $322 for Custom Network, and then the PPO is $426. So an employee who was really reaching what they felt was the maximum of what they could pay out of pocket did have some good options to choose from, and we saw some real movement that I'll tell you about. The Custom Network Plan does mostly focus on our high-quality MU healthcare providers. They did add some folks to the network that were important to kind of round out what they could provide, and that worked out really well. You can see they have no deductible and very low copays, and so that has really, I think, worked to attract people to the different plans. The question I always got asked during annual enrollment is, which plan were you trying to get people to pick? And the answer is, we weren't trying to get people to pick any one plan. We wanted to educate them and make sure they picked the plan that best fit their needs, and we think that we accomplished that. Oops, I'm going backwards instead of forwards.
Betsy, what percentage in Columbia moved to the custom network?
I'm so glad you asked. I'm going to show you that. First, I'm going to show you what it looks like overall, and then I will show you for Columbia, because we're really excited about this. So overall, we now have about 40% of our employees in the PPO, 32% in the custom network, and about a little less than 20% in the healthy savings, and about 9% of them waived. Let me show you how that compares year over year. So you can see the biggest drop is in the PPO, which is clearly not only the most expensive plan for the employee, it's the most expensive plan for us. So we had a huge drop in the number of people in the PPO. Obviously, the custom network started at 0 and now has 32%. I'm going to show you in a minute that actually for the Columbia area folks, it's almost 50% chose that plan. Pretty unheard of for a brand-new plan to have that many people go into it. And then we had a nice jump in the healthy savings plan, some people willing to kind of take on the high deductible and learn to manage the health savings accounts, and then just a slight reduction in the number of folks that waived.
So let me ask you something, maybe I don't completely understand the plans, but when you customize, do you include also the clinics that we own that are included in that allows them to be able to save that much more money when they go into that plan? Is that included?
Yeah, the network includes all of the hospital and clinics that are under the umbrella of the MU healthcare system. Mm-hmm. Yes, quite an extensive number of clinics, including 3 new quick care clinics that I actually got to experience as a patient last week, that are wonderful and attached to the Hy-Vees here in town, so that people can go directly from there to the pharmacy. So yeah, it includes all of their clinics around here.
Okay.
This is the
and this is a self-insured plan, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Under the umbrella of United?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's just for Columbia, though, right? I mean,
it's for the 9-county area, actually.
Okay, all right.
So this is why I wanted to show you this map, because we have quite a large number of employees that don't live in Columbia, that they live around Columbia, and we have certain regulations about how far out someone can live from their primary place to receive care, and so we were able to extend it to a 9-county area. So these are the folks that were eligible for the plan.
So just not UMKC or UMSL folks are not
Right,
eligible.
unless they happen to live, and we did have a couple of people in Kansas City and St. Louis and even Rolla who live in that 9-county area and did elect that plan. Maybe 5 or 6 people, Kelly, something like that. So this is really interesting. This is just looking at the Columbia area. And as you can see, 47% of our employees in Columbia moved to a new plan. So almost half of our 13,000 employees in Columbia chose the new plan. And we were very surprised and very happy. And I would tell you that, I don't know if MU Healthcare is here, but they've been jumping up and down as well. So we're very happy, and that will all start on January 1st.
Are you looking at trying to put a network like that together in the metropolitan areas?
Yes, definitely. We expect that it will save money not only for the employees, but also for us. And so we're going out to bid on our administrator for our medical plan, which is Coventry. And in the process of doing that, Kelly and her team will be asking them if they've got options, or if any of the bidders have options in the other 3 cities that they could offer a similar kind of a narrow network.
I would think anyone who's been looking for their own insurance coverage or for a business would look at those 3 options and think those are really good alternatives, because I had a little experience with that with another board I'm on,
Yeah.
looking at the ACA and other things, and boy, there's just nothing that comes up.
This is taking
These options.
advantage of what's really wonderful about the university. We have an incredibly high-quality, great medical center and a set of clinics, and we were really able to leverage that, and that really puts us in a very unique position as an employer. The prices that our employees are paying for healthcare are really very good, and I think that will come out over the next few years.
On the low-end salaried personnel, and maybe part-time, I don't know, do the exchanges play a part in any of this plan?
They could, and but we actually have a very few number of people that waive coverage, so that tells us that our plan is comparing pretty well to even things out on the market. What would happen in that situation is someone might be able to get a subsidy and use that subsidy to purchase coverage. The problem is, and I'm going to look at Kelly, but I think this is true, the coverage is probably not comparable to what we offer. So the price might be a little better per month, but it's likely that they would pay more out of pocket. So we haven't seen a lot of movement out of our plans in the last year or 2. And then finally, I wanted to tell you about our wellness incentive. We had another great success here. Last year, a little over 5,000 of our employees did the wellness incentive. We, as you know, bumped up the dollars available and some other things, including when people went through annual enrollment, they actually had to check a box that said, I do not want $450. And not many people did that. So we had about 14,000 people that took the wellness pledge when they enrolled, and we hope that most of them, if not all of them, go through the 2 tiers that they have to go through to get the $450. The first tier is filling out a questionnaire and getting your basic biometrics done. And then the next tier, they have to do some relatively simple healthy behaviors like taking some wellness classes or being physically active, and then they can get a flu shot, things like that, and they can get the other 300. So we're pretty excited to hopefully get data now on a huge portion of our employees, when before we only had data on a small number. Moving forward, a couple things. One of them we already mentioned. So we are, for 2016, going tobacco-free discount on our premiums. We took a year to do that. We had a big discussion with the campus leadership, and all of us decided that 2015 was too soon. We wanted to give people an opportunity to really become tobacco-free, because if you cover a family, the entire family needs to be tobacco-free. So we figured we'd give people a year's warning that this was coming and that we do intend to offer hopefully a pretty significant tobacco-free discount for 2016. We do plan to continue active enrollment. We think it made a difference. We think people really thought about their choices and actually learned more about their health plans, and so we plan to continue to do that. As I mentioned, we are going to explore the narrow networks in our other regions, and we will continue to build on the success that we had on our communications programs.
So you're getting data that you've never had before?
Correct.
And how are you using big data or analytics to use that in a way to make people healthy?
I'll give you a couple of examples. So if we, for example, find out that we have a significant issue with diabetes, we can do some targeted programs, maybe even put in some incentives to get people into care sooner. So it's finding out things like that. We find out we have obesity issues, we can target programs. So rather than just spend the money kind of across the board, which is a lot of employers do that on wellness, they just kind of put out a bunch of programs. We'd like to put out programs that our data show might really make a difference in our healthcare costs. I have one action item. I don't have a slide on this. Long-term disability is a very low frequency, luckily, but a very high severity benefit that our employees are eligible to receive after they've been disabled for 145 calendar days. The university pays the full premium for the base coverage, and then employees can buy up a bit if they wish. We have been internally managing this program and being self-insured for a long time. This is definitely not where the rest of the large employers are going. So we would really like to outsource this. So effective January 1st, we would like to contract with Metropolitan Life to fully guarantee and administer the long-term disability plan. The terms of the policy will be administered by them, and the benefits will be governed under the long-term disability plan. And the reason we're bringing this to you is because the long-term disability plan is in collected rule. So that collected rule will be replaced by the Metropolitan Life contract. I want to point out this is not a change into the benefits program, so it's not a change to either those employees who are currently on long-term disability. They'll continue to get the same benefit, and it's not a change to someone who would become disabled in the future. It's just simply changing the way that we fund this and administer it, and more in line with what we're seeing with our peers. I'd be happy to take questions.
I assume on the people that are on long-term disability now that we've accounted for and budgeted for those as we're moving forward?
Yes, yes, we have. And we've notified them as well, so they're aware that the check will be coming from a different place.
Do we have any idea how big the tail is?
Yeah, it's about $14 million, and we will be paying that off from the reserves that we had, set aside for that purpose.
Will that be paid immediately to Metropolitan and just a pass-through, or will it be paid out as it's?
We're paying it in one lump. I'm looking at Kelly, that's what I thought.
Are we receiving a discount on it?
Well, what's really happening here is we're spending about $2.7 million a year on long-term disability, paying it for ourselves, and we think we've gotten a rate of around $2.2 million. So we will be saving about $500,000 a year in just the expenses of the program overall.
Well, what about the people that are on long-term disability now? I assume that's still our obligation.
Absolutely. Oh, no, we'll pay off the tail, and then it becomes the obligation of MetLife.
Okay, so,
Yeah.
And we have the tail amount?
Yes, it's in our reserves that we had set aside for that program.
So shall we get a motion on the floor to amend collected rules and regs 540.010 from our committee? Do committee first.
So moved.
Second.
Cindy, would you call the roll?
Curator Bradley?
Yes?
Curator Cupps?
Yes.
Curator Good?
Aye.
Curator Henriksen?
Yes.
Curator Phillips?
Yes.
Okay. All committee votes in favor.
So the committee moves to amend the collected rules and regulations of 540.010 regarding long-term disability.
Is there a second from the board?
So moved. Second.
Would you call the roll?
Curator Bradley?
Yes?
Curator Cupps?
Yes.
Curator Downing?
Yes.
Curator Good?
Aye.
Curator Henriksen?
Yes.
Curator Phillips?
Yes.
Curator Steelman?
Yes.
Curator Stewart?
Aye.
Okay. All votes in favor.
And thank you, Vice President Rodriguez.
Chair Phelps, I think we need a motion to adjourn your committee.
So moved. Second.
Second.
Yes.
All those,
Curator
Cindy?
Bradley?
Yes?
Curator Cupps? Curator Good?
Aye.
Curator Henriksen?
Yes.
Curator Phillips?
yes.
Okay. All votes in favor.
Next on our agenda is the Academic, Student, and External Affairs Committee. Chair Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. During the Academic and Student Affairs, External Affairs Committee, you will hear a report from Executive Vice President Hank Foley on the research and economic development activities, followed by an update on university relations activities given by Vice President Steve Gnor. With that brief introduction, Hank, you have the floor. Dr. Foley.
Hank's fine. Curator Stewart, thank you very much. It's been about 15 months since I first arrived on the scene here at the University of Missouri at the system, and very much want to say that it's been a terrific 15 months. And I think we've had a lot of progress. We've made a lot of progress. I've met a lot of good people, and have gone around the state talking about the things we are trying to do. And I'm going to share some of that with you today, and some of the progress that we've made in doing that. And in that time, like all universities, there are areas that were working just fine, and there were some areas that obviously we wanted to improve. And among the things we wanted to improve were our peer rankings at MU, AAU, at the other campuses, their peer rankings. We wanted to increase federal dollar flow into the state of Missouri, and we're still working on that, and we'll continue to do that. And we wanted to help to increase prosperity around the state. So it's with those three things in mind that we introduced 5 themes, as shown here, and we've reiterated them during all sorts of meetings, in our strategy meetings with research leaders, with the provosts, and indeed even with the chancellors, and of course with the president. As a reminder, those 5 themes are at a high enough level that they don't constrain anyone in terms of that which they want to do, but at the same time they give shape, they give direction to the research and economic development that we are doing, and it seeks to integrate research, academics, and economic development under one umbrella. So those 5 themes are shown here. Number 1, to work across the system collaboratively and cooperatively for synergy across the state of Missouri and even beyond the system where it makes sense. Number 2 is to grow our own entrepreneurs and innovators. We can do that, and we are doing that, and there are programs that we've put in place to begin that process. Number 3 is to be smart with intellectual property, which means not necessarily doing the same old thing, but looking carefully at that which we're doing, and using intellectual property both as a new revenue source, but also as a new source of intellectual revenue, and also as a new source of relationship revenue with major corporations and the like. Number 4, re-engineering our culture to unleash the power of the willing. And the willing here includes our faculty, many of whom are tremendous entrepreneurs in their own right already, essentially running small businesses with large research groups under our auspices, that is to say, doing tremendous research, unleashing our postdoctoral fellows, and also our graduate students in conjunction with our undergrads. And number 5, something that's hard for us to do as academics, and that is to borrow from others and to do so without being jealous. And that means looking out there at other schools, by God, even if it were Kansas University, if they had a better idea, God forbid, we might even borrow it from KU.
I'm glad I'm going off the board if that's the direction you're going.
So our vision statement on this is by 2025, we'd like the region that's made up of the quadrangle, the vertices of which are our 4 campuses, to really be a national and international hotbed of innovation, driven by high technology, startup companies born from our research programs, with a regional push for innovation and tech-based economic development. And the areas that we've talked about are the ones that I think make the most sense. We talk about plant science, we talk about animal science, we talk about medicine and medical sciences, nuclear science, information science, and everything that goes along with those areas of excellence that we already have. Now, I've shared these themes and vision with many groups around the state, from the northeast to the southeast to the central part of the state to the southwest and up into the northwest, and including this great board of curators, university leadership, faculty, staff, and students, lots of external constituencies, advisory groups, and really anyone who would give me a podium to speak about this. At the same time, I realized that it could get a little old. And so today we wanted to try something different. Rather than just repeating these concepts, I thought it would be good to actually provide you with some real stories, stories that are effective representations of how well we could do this and how much better we want to do it as we go forward. So seeing these themes come to life is, I think, quite impressive, and I think we're going to show you a video that will paint a picture about the University of Missouri system that is a very good one, and it's a picture that says we're a university that's trying to create a culture that's diverse enough to broaden the definitions of success, that values invention, innovation, and entrepreneurship, all of which are essential to growing this economy, helping the state, indeed helping the nation. We're going to start off with Dr. George Gokul, who is here today in the back. George, would you like to wave your hand? Maybe you wouldn't, but I'm glad you did. George is well-known in academic circles, organic chemist of much note, director of the Center for Nanoscience here at UMSL, a 2013 elected fellow of the National Academy of Inventors. He's also a fellow of the St. Louis Science Academy. And I think George really understands these concepts quite well and puts them into play each and every day. As a researcher, but more importantly as a mentor, Dr. Gokul works closely with his graduate research assistants here at UMSL to create an entrepreneurial culture in his lab.
One of the important aspects of the Center for Nanoscience is that it endeavors to bring together people from different disciplines or subdisciplines, attempt things that individuals can't quite cope with on their own in the hope of having bigger outcomes. Mowat is certainly more of a biologist, but he has emerged to be more of a businessman than any of us.
I wanted to get some experience doing research, and I found his research in the field of antimicrobials really interesting, so I joined his lab.
Work we started involved both chemists and biologists. Dr. Nagin got her PhD with me working on a slightly different project, and then stayed on as a postdoc.
I was doing related work in the lab. My background isn't in chemistry or biology. I have some in chemistry, but my degree's in electrical engineering.
I suggested that he work in my laboratory since he had worked there as a high school student and published some papers. These three people were working with me on this particular project.
One of the big problems right now is antibiotic-resistant bacteria. Through years of using antibiotics, bacteria have become resistant to these antibiotics that were designed to kill them. We in Dr. George Gokul's lab have developed a technology that uses this new class of chemical molecules that increases the efficacy of antibiotics. And my interest was more to take how this technology could help people out in the real world. One of the ways to do that was to establish a company.
Which we did, and he wanted to call it Upaya Pharmaceuticals.
Upaya stands for remedy, not only in terms of medicine, but also in any sense.
When we realized that we had potential to develop it, we applied for a fast-track grant from the university.
And then we went to Columbia to pitch our technology to the committee. Next day we heard that we did get the $50,000 from the fast-track grant, which was really exciting. It's highly unique in a sense where Saida is a chemist, I'm a biologist. We come together, work on the same project, and it develops something that it's not only valuable to both of us, but a lot of people around us too. And also having Dr. Gokul guide us how to work together, how to do the research, how to think of maybe something that we haven't thought of. Having his experience and knowledge and every aspect of it helps us a lot.
So we have researchers on each of our 4 campuses doing this kind of thing every day, and that's really quite exciting when you think about the future of the university and the future of the state. We need more Upaya Pharmaceuticals that ultimately started within the university with our support and with great faculty in place. The next video highlights a success story at UMKC that many of you are likely familiar with. Dr. Reza Durakhshani's biomimetic technology commercialized through Toby Rush's startup company, E-Verify, is the subject. The project saw support from the university through funding programs starting back in 2008 with a Fast Track Award. However, the technology needed a little more to get to today's success. It needed the right partnerships to take it to the next level and to push it to unleash the power of the willing, as we say. With the help of UMKC's Tech Transfer Office, as well as entrepreneurial connections, Reza's work found legs through an exclusive licensing agreement. The story provides a solid example of what university IP can bring about. See for yourself.
I was trying to come up with a new biometric modality. Toby's vision was that, can we port this into a cell phone? And I thought he was crazy. Biometrics, as we know, is the science of identifying or verifying and authentifying someone using their biological traits, such as your fingerprints, vein patterns, iris scans, and so forth. When I was trying to establish myself as an independent researcher here at UMKC, I was thinking about what we have that can be used as a fingerprint. After a lot of thinking and looking at myself in the mirror, I figured out, hey, I have veins in the white of my eye. It turns out that nobody else had thought about it.
Looking at it, we knew it was a great technology. He was great to work with, was very excited that we had an office here that was going to try to get this out and then work with industries. We actually already had a patent issued, which is rare.
So we decided that all we needed to get this out into the marketplace was a CEO want ad. We showed it to a number of people, and Toby Rush is the one that came through and said, yeah, I think there's something here.
I knew that authentication continued to be a pain point, and the more we lived digitally, the bigger pain point that would become. So kind of what I saw in the opportunity is you've got good protection around a concept, right, with an issued patent, and we realized the development side had a long ways to go, but I needed Reza and a lot of his students to really make that work. We were basically sponsoring their research, right? So we were literally paying for his grad students to do research on our work. And Reza and team stepped up and was able to really deliver some pretty amazing performance increases and things even that surprised him.
Move the phone toward your face until your eyes fill the screen. Look up and to the left until you feel the phone vibrate. Verified.
And that was the equivalent of a 50-character complex password.
Toby won an international competition last year. And when he won, our whole city won, our whole university won, because we were all part of it. He's been so kind to let us all be part of what he's doing. It takes a team of people to make this happen. Toby's success continuing and making UMKC successful because of that.
University research clearly is full of game changers. E-Verify's trip to the global finals of the Get in the Ring investment battle competition this year is just one of many of this group's terrific accomplishments. Now, something we've talked a lot about in the past is also external partnerships, and those of us who are involved in this know that external partnerships are really key to our success. And historically, there have been some obstacles in this area at universities that we're seeking constantly to improve upon and to reduce those obstacles. In an effort to be smart with intellectual property, we've recently, I'd say, loosened the university's intellectual property ownership operating approach to bring more direct industry investment to university research. This is particularly important to do at a time when federal funding is in fact flattered down. In fact, what we've done is to really place the faculty members at the front of the process. In other words, we've empowered the faculty members as our partners to work with us to make key decisions on intellectual property ownership, particularly for industry-sponsored research that bring faculty, students, and practitioners closer together. I hope and I know that this change will open pipelines. It'll create more relevance for our faculty members and our students in the classroom, and it should provide more adjacency between theory and practice, which can really help us to drive both our intellectual property and our basic research forward. Now, it turns out Missouri S&T was the first campus to have this new policy in place. Vice Provost for Research Krishna Murphy will speak to the value of the policy change, and has done so eloquently in different fora, and how it strengthened industry partnerships and research agreements, and the ability it has to change the dynamic between the two, while bringing a new element of real-world experience to our students. Now, for a school like S&T, of course, this becomes absolutely essential, right? As we create those pipelines for young engineering talent and others coming out of that school, it's important that we have these relationships. So first, you're going to hear from a researcher and the director of sponsored programs at MU, and then with Krishna, the two will emphasize why laying this groundwork was so vital for the university.
My name is Jeff Furman. I'm a professor here in the Animal Science Department. I teach 5 different classes as well as do research in the area of poultry. We do lots of different things. I'm probably most known for amino acid nutrition in turkeys, and we've devised what we call the Missouri Ideal Turkey Protein, which will save the industry about $100 to $200 million per year. Obviously, if we think there's intellectual property, we want to tag on to that, and get a patent or something like that. But most of the time, the companies that do research with us, they've already got the intellectual property, and they're just testing products in different ways. In the past, we'd have projects where a contract would take 6 or 8 months, or, it would go on so long that everybody just forgot about it and they just stopped. And more recently, with the changes, we've just sped everything up. We've got, a contract approved recently in probably less than 10 days, which is unbelievable.
The PI will have a scope of work that they want to complete. Industry has a deliverable that they want to receive. Traditionally, we've always taken the first stance that we want to own all intellectual property. And industry would say they want to own it. And then we would have to negotiate and try to find some middle ground. And that can take a tremendous amount of time. There's several situations we would get into where we're trying to get a contract done with industry, and the investigator tells us there's not going to be any intellectual property. I'm not going to generate any IP. So they're frustrated because the university's taking the position that we need to negotiate intellectual property language, which stalls the contract. So industry's not happy, our investigator's not happy, and in essence, we're arguing about nothing. Our new policy is, let's not take the initial position that we're going to own all intellectual property. Let's let the investigator decide. We're not encouraging the investigator to waive IP. If we come across an investigator that says, this work's going to generate intellectual property that I think is valuable, we'll do that. So it's really just making smarter choices when it comes to intellectual property and removing those barriers. The research officers in general from all campuses, Raleigh, St. Louis, Kansas City, and Columbia, meet on a regular basis. And really, Krishna was kind of the first one to get excited about that and implement that process.
When I talk to industry and say, hey, we have a new policy whereby you can have ownership, they are pleasantly surprised, and in some cases, they say, what? And so this is something they really appreciate and want to make use of. Students benefit because when they work on industry-sponsored research, they are working with the practitioners. So they get to understand the real-world needs, they get to understand the real-world problems, and when they work on those, they are putting what they have learned in the classroom to practice. So there's tremendous value in terms of being better able to connect the theory with practice. And of course, when they join industry, that's what they will be doing. They will be solving problems. So they will get a head start in terms of what they will actually be doing later on after they graduate.
Employee of the university?
Yes.
So the investigator negotiates with the business?
No. They sort of do. They talk about the research they want to do, but when it comes time to cut the contract, Curator Bradley, we do that negotiation for them.
What's the investigator do?
The investigator really conceives of the research and then does the research. And in the front of the process, they inform us on whether or not they think there'll be intellectual property and whether we should fight for that or not. And if they tell us, look, don't, then we don't.
Has it sped up your
Oh,
working with
tremendously.
businesses?
We had contracts for $50,000 that were 30 pages. We now have contracts that are 2 pages. We've had contracts that took 18 months to negotiate, as Jeff said here, and by the time they were negotiated, no one could remember what they wanted to do. We can now get them done in less than a week. Yeah. If you don't mind, I'd like to go on. The last video is what I think is a great illustration of what we could do if we really cooperate and collaborate in this Missouri Research Quadrangle. It's starting with a really truly esteemed professor, Dr. Hao Li, who you'll see has worked across the system from campus to campus, and he's done it directly and indirectly, and he's created real synergy through his research and the kind of work that he's doing. The kinds of networks that Hao Li has established are the kinds of networks that we could think of as being the best in class, and the kind that we seek to do more broadly between the campuses. Also, these networks are working together, I think, to drive synergy and economic development. And so in this video, you'll see research leading to real-world applications in health and human sciences, medical technologies ranging from medical and dental devices to bone cement to bioglass and tissue repair, starting with Dr. Lee's work at his newly opened startup company, Nano Nova Biomaterials, or NBI, in Columbia. Could we roll the tape?
NBI is a result of the research based on University of Missouri and also investment from some venture capital firms. So we have been developing dental, orthopedic, and surgical devices. Our first products have been cleared by FDA, which is a big milestone for the company. So we have visitors from MU, from the city, and also from the state. It's kind of recognition of the effort of our current team and also the younger team, right? You know, now we have many employees, and many of those are graduates from University of Missouri. We have been working with Dr. Bonewar for a while. Dr. Bonewar is very famous in bone biology.
Now, bone cement is what anchors hip and knee implants. Now, the issue with commercially available bone cement is it can be toxic, and you can't use all of the available antibiotics to combat any potential bacterial infection. So what we've done is we've devised a novel new bone cement. We can incorporate additional antibiotics and antifungals, and it does not generate any heat. Commercially available bone cements, the heat can be close to boiling point of water. However, the new bone cement, the heat generation is actually below body temperature.
I'm trying to help to introduce them to some investors and also get some feedback from the investor, like what kind of data they're looking for.
I've collaborated in the past with other individuals in addition to Hao Li. I've collaborated with Delbert Day, who founded MoSci.
I formed a company called MoSci Corporation. That was approximately 30 years ago. We became interested in bioactive glasses that are put in the body for repairing primarily bone. That's how we met and started working with Dr. Bonewald at UMKC.
We have been discussing collaboration on materials for orthopedic applications. I'm also amazed by their recent development for dermafuse.
We've developed some glass fiber used to treat chronic wounds. This material then is used to develop new blood vessels that provide a better blood supply to that area and the wounds heal very quickly.
I'm hoping to have certain collaboration with them on this very innovative products.
In our first meeting, I told him about the medicinal chemistry group. He told me about his many other projects. He visited the medicinal chemistry group and felt like, wow, this is a resource that can really help us on the anti-virulence project.
Dr. Lemon introduced us to John Walker and Dr. Michael Hayes. They are helping us on the drug development.
We talked to him and we looked at what he had. It was very doable chemistry, and it was a collaboration between campuses. And after meeting Dr. Lee's team, he's got quite a few disciplines all coming together to make this project work and to really elucidate what's going on behind the scenes. And when he brought us on board to be part of that team, and I saw the other collaborators, it really works and it clicks. All the campuses have their strengths. So if you can pull all the strengths from the campuses together and really make it stronger, I think that's a real plus. And it opens up that dialogue and discussion, because otherwise we're just little islands out there trying to stay afloat. This way we're stronger if we can work together.
That's a really good story, I think, and it illustrates what we can do when we work together and the kind of things that we can accomplish. It's not the only one, but I'll admit it's the best one to date that I can tell you, so we put it in there. But each of these researchers' success has benefited the other. You know, all of them were successful individually, but when they came together, they created something that was synergistically much more than the sum of the parts. There's so many moving parts at the university. When these moving parts work together, then visions really do become realities. This work in particular makes me quite optimistic that we can indeed see this Missouri Research Triangle continue to come to life in new and exciting ways. And just as a side note, to add to his collection of prestigious honors, Dr. Lee was awarded in 2014 with the UM System President's Award for Economic Development, which is really a true full circle recognition for him as he's successfully taken his work to commercialization. So let's kind of wrap up here. The themes and quadrangles side by side represent, for me, really an integration of the strengths and opportunities that we have here in academics, research, and economic development. I've been encouraged by the positive reaction that we've gotten to these themes in a very short period of time, both on campus and off campus. The leadership driving the strategic plan has made it clear that the university's best opportunity to thrive will come when all players meet at the table to collaborate. The university, of course, as I've said many times, can't do it alone. I've encouraged our research officers at each of the campuses, who I meet with now every 6 weeks, to urge their campuses to borrow from the successful where necessary, don't reinvent the wheel, and work with their communities. Like our statewide strategic plan, these 5 themes don't stop after this year. I'll plan to grow them further. We'll work together to make that happen. We'll modify where necessary, and we'll continue to fine-tune the culture embedded by embedding these strategies into the minds and hearts of all our faculty and students. So before I take any questions, I want to direct your attention to the handouts, which are here on today's annual report. On one side, you'll find research and commercialization data, focusing on fiscal year 2014. On the other side, you'll find summaries of these videos and a link you can share with others, and which I hope you will share with others after this meeting. And last but not least, I really have to say that this is far beyond my ability, what you see here, and it's really very much attributable to the MU Academic Support Group, who brought these ideas we had to life with real-life stories and tremendous videography. So thanks very much to them for an excellent job, and I'd be happy to answer questions.
I just think, Hank, you've brought the whole process to a whole new level from this university system. And what do you think, Curator Stewart? Do we think we deserve a hand for making this progress?
Very impressive.
I think we do.
Well, it was It's fun to tell good stories. I'm just the storyteller, the messenger. It's the folks out there who are doing it and who are really getting it done and buy into this. And when we talk about unleashing the willing, this is what we're talking about, is getting out in front of them and telling them it's okay and we value this. Thank you.
This is very impressive. I mean, if you think about it, you know, to change the behavior and the culture across the various campuses in such a very short period of time is really impressive. And I owe that we point to you as a tremendous leader in making that happen. So thank you for it. It's exciting for me to see because I've also seen some of these individuals on this video actually were very proactive at coming and talking to me about collaboration and partnership and how you work together. And so thank you for resetting the culture and that kind of change.
Thank you.
Let me
It's been a
also
pleasure.
say I would like to congratulate Hank on being elected as a fellow of the American Association for the Advancement of Science. And this is a very prestigious award that recognizes esteemed scientists for across the nation for tremendous contributions to advancement of science, and for Hank specifically in chemistry. And that's not all. Hank has also become a, listen to this, I mean, it's amazing, fellow in the National Academy of Inventors and a fellow of the industry of Engineering Chemical Division at the American Chemistry Society. Talking about impressive, Hank is that. Tim, great job on hiring this guy. There are good things that come out.
Thanks very much.
There are good things that come out of Pennsylvania, aren't there?
There are. When I went home at Thanksgiving, I mentioned this to my father, and he said, "Now, what is that, and what's it get you?" Kind of puts it back in perspective for me.
Thank you
know.
very
But
much.
thanks very much.
Uh-huh.
Am I done
Yep.
here right now? Yeah.
For right now,
Thank you.
we have some action items I want you to speak to in a few moments. Please welcome Vice President Steve Kennard to give an update on activities in the Office of University Relations.
Curator Stewart, thank you. It's always fun to follow Hank, but I did notice he is still rolling the tape. So I didn't know if he had a 8-track in his car or what, but today there's been an election since the last time I got in front of the board, and so today we're just going to do a quick summary of some of the election results from this fall, and we'll go through those. So do I have the, let me get this figured out here. Is it left, right, or top? Perfect. So we'll start on the federal side, and there was a change in the United States Senate with this election. 54 Republicans, 46 Democrats. Republicans are now in the majority, a net of 9. So with that flip, you're all aware of that. The House, 244 to 188. 3 seats are still being too close to count, and so they're still going through some of that, and they have a runoff on one of them. So a net gain of 12 for the Republicans. Governors across the country, 28 governors are Republicans, 21 Democrat, and 1 independent. So what does that mean for Missouri? Our delegation is still the same as whenever they started. No one lost. It does make a little bit of a change for some of our members. Senator Blunt will more than likely be chairing one of the appropriations subcommittees, which is good. He's in leadership. And recently, Congressman Jason Smith from Southeast Missouri was appointed to the powerful House Ways and Means Committee, only in his second term. And so a couple opportunities, but when your numbers increase like that, it opens up opportunities, and so it did for our delegation in Missouri. On the Senate side and the state of Missouri down in Jefferson City, there was 1 pickup by Republicans in the State House and the Senate. 25 Republicans, 9 Democrats, 5 freshmen total. All 5 of those freshmen had spent some time in the House, so they come over to the Senate with some experience. We have 11 system alumni, 7 from MU, 2 from UMKC, 1 S&T, and 1 UMSL alum. So it's good. We have a good representation there. That's about normal for us from an alumni standpoint. Tom Dempsey is again going to be the president pro tem. Ron Richard, the majority floor leader. And Joe Keaveney is the minority leader. On the kind of what is the makeup of the body, and this is always interesting, and one of the things that we like to try to do after every election. We have, I think, a pretty good breakout here, a good representation. Of note, you have 5 in the farming occupation, 4 small business, 3 attorneys, and I think, Wayne, it may be a while since we've seen more farming than attorneys in the Missouri Senate, but that was one interesting tidbit that I've noticed from the occupations in the Senate. What does it look like for overall for the Senate and higher education, and where did they, what's their background come from? So we had 14 from private institutions, 19, which was a little bit of a drop from a public 4-year background, community college about the same, and a high school or undetermined was 3. So about the same, but a little bit of a drop for the public 4 years in representation of the body. On the state House side, the House Republicans picked up 8 seats. They went from 110 to 118 with 45 Democrats, so more than that 2/3 majority that you needed for the overrides, 35 freshmen total, 48 alumni that we have, and you can see the numbers there. Overall, if you take the 48 and the 11, we're right around the 60 number, and believe it or not, that's what our numbers have pretty much been, and that's before or after term limits. We've been right around between 66 to 60 from an alumni standpoint if we go back and look at our records. So if you take the 2 bodies, we're about the same. Leadership, John Deal, it will be the new speaker. Denny Hoskins from Warrensburg will be the speaker pro tem. Todd Richardson from Poplar Bluff is a majority floor leader. And Jake Hummel from here in St. Louis is a minority leader. What does the occupations breakdown look like in the House? 21 educators. I found that to be an interest as well. That's mostly teachers. This is kind of self-proclaimed by them. Superintendents, some kind of educational background or business, small business, 32, which is the largest, 16 attorneys. And then I noticed, if you look over underneath the other 2 from the ministry. So I thought this was kind of a good breakdown of what does the Missouri House look like. The House usually is a good overview of kind of what the state of Missouri looks like, and I think you kind of find a little bit of everything from the occupation side. What does the education history look like in the House? There was an increase in the private institutions up to 61. A little bit of a drop from public 4-year, kind of what we saw in the Senate, down to 85. Community colleges had a little bit of an increase to 21, and then 24 from a high school or other settings. And so with that, you see a lot of changes in Jefferson City and in Washington, D.C. And so that kind of got me to thinking.
I hate to tell you, that one photo was way before the 90s.
It's like high school.
We were having a hard time finding a 90s photo, so this one might have been a little bit earlier than that. But with term limits, you do see a lot of changes, and I think that was another part of this election that I thought would be interesting to the board, just to kind of look at what has the last 20 years really looked like in Missouri politics. And I think if you just stop and look at this map, on the left you see 1994 in the Missouri Senate, right is what the Senate makeup now looks like. It's been a total flip. Of interest, really, we could go through and kind of dissect this, but if you look on the left in 1994, particularly from a rural standpoint, you had 9 Republicans that were in rural Missouri, represented rural Missouri. If you go to 2015, from a rural standpoint, you have 21 Republicans, and that's highlights the shift that we've seen in the last 20 years in the Senate. The House is, quite frankly, even more astonishing. From that, in 1994, Republicans had about 43 representatives in rural Missouri. And if you look over in 2015, you see in rural Missouri, 96 Republicans essentially make that up. There's not much blue, and whenever you do see the blue, it's in Kansas City and St. Louis, 1 in Springfield, 2 in Columbia, and 1 in St. Joe, and other from a Democrat standpoint, and that's really your makeup of the state of Missouri. So that is a good synopsis, I think, of kind of where we are from the election and what does the election look like. Where are we going to go from here in 2015, and what's our legislative issues that we're going to be working on? Again, the state budget picture that we have always starts with the consensus revenue estimate about this time. You'll recall last year that the governor and the legislative body could not come to an agreement. The governor was at 5.2%. The House and Senate were using a 4.2% to put their budget together. Currently, we're running at about 3.7% in the fiscal year that we're in. And so we've been pretty strong. I think most people have been fairly positive on the numbers that are coming out so far into this current fiscal year. But the reason I raise this is because, again, your budget numbers, your consensus revenue is going to help set the budget stage for the next fiscal year that we'll get ready to go into. Hopefully, I think you may see something in agreement, hopefully, which always is helpful to move the budget process quicker. And so we hope that maybe in the next week or two, we'll see a consensus revenue estimate come out where there's an agreement between the two bodies. An operating budget, we're proposing a 5% increase like we had last year for our performance measures. We're going to go for that, along with our STEM initiatives, the Caring for Missourians mental health proposal. And you will recall also that right now we're still in a holding pattern on the $10 million for the MU Medical School partnership with Springfield. And so that is still in this current fiscal year, but again, that'll be another request that you've put forward for next year as well. So we hope as the positive numbers come along that the $10 million would be released in this current fiscal year. Capital improvements, you're well aware of the $200 million in the bonding maintenance repair proposal. The governor has been making his way around the state, touting those initiatives on our campuses. And so what he has asked for is to begin to find the projects that would, for higher education, that we can move the maintenance and repair projects in this next legislative session. And so we're going to be working actively on those. The 50/50 projects clearly is a win-win for the state. Again, we still have 4 of our projects that are being withheld at this point in time in this current fiscal year that we're in. We're trying to look for new avenues. Possibly, can we find a way to use some bonding funds to pay for the 50/50 projects, or some other ways? We're going to keep moving on that. I just put up here that it's a win-win. Clearly, it's a win-win for the state as they get to leverage their funds. It's a win-win for the donors as they feel good about these projects. They also become more involved with the university, take ownership on the capital projects, and it's a win-win for the university, for our students, our faculties. They get better lab space, teaching space, and so it's a win-win all the way around. I think Brian's going to talk about in depth a little bit more here on the $200 million in our maintenance and repair packages, so I won't go too much more in depth on those. The Ferguson factor, I just kind of labeled it that from an economic development standpoint, or other things that are going to dominate this session. Clearly is going to take the body's time as they move forward. We're also going to have ethics reform. You've probably seen a lot of those discussions already in the paper. Medicaid expansion or reform, transportation and toll roads are just a few of the things that are going to dominate this body as we move forward. There's been a lot of activity already, and I have a photo up here of Governor Nixon at the Missouri S&T last week with Chancellor Schrader and Curator Stillman, and touring Shrink Hall. And so again, this was part of educating on the maintenance and repair projects that we're going to try to be moving forward in January. At the bottom was the President Wolf, talking to John Dill's committee and Paul Kirkman's committee last week on campus at MU. And so we've been actively engaging with the members, bringing them to the campus, talking about our issues, and we'll continue to do that. Next week, we'll have the freshman tour, so we'll have an opportunity to get in front of all of the 50 freshmen, and again, talk about the research and the ability that we're trying to serve all 6 million Missourians in the state. We're also providing educational material at all points in time. You see the legislative priority sheet that we have there, as far as also the Spectrum magazine and just the other opportunities that we have. I see Dudley McCarter sitting in the back, and he is our one of our co-chairs for Missouri 100. The Missouri 100 have helped us with the educational side of things and talking to elected officials, and so we very much appreciate, Dudley, your effort and the Missouri 100 effort as we move forward. Before I move on, I'd be happy to answer any questions, but we have a video next that I was going to show and just kind of tee it up as regarding the Show Me Value Tour. We brought this to the board before just to talk about it, but today we're going to actually kind of take you to one of the Show Me Value tours in Washington, Missouri that the president has recently just done. And this gives us an opportunity to have some footage that we can use in many different avenues. For instance, we're going to show part of this to the freshman tour. We're going to put it up on our website and use it from our social media standpoint and be able to just really kind of encapsulate what we're trying to do across the state. As you know, we've had the president has done 17 different stops around the state. The chancellors are all actively involved, and as they go around and do their Show Me Value tours this year, we can take some of their presentations and incorporate it into this. And so we think this is going to give us a good opportunity to kind of spread the word in multiple ways instead of only just having to be at the place. So let's go ahead and show that.
Are those legislators always involved or in the areas that you're going to? Are they pretty deeply engaged? Okay.
They're always invited, depending upon if they're in session or not. But this one, Paul Kurtman, the Washington, Missouri, who's also running the Smaller Government, Efficient Government Initiative on behalf of, I think, Speaker Deal was at that one. But we always try to get them there, and they typically show up unless they're in session.
Yeah. And when they do, Curator Stewart, I can just tell you that Senator Sifton from St. Louis here came to one of them, and then when the president had the opportunity to testify in Jefferson City, he made a point to tell the entire body how impressed he was with that and just raved about it. So why don't we take a look at it, and then I'll be happy to answer any questions.
So this is an opportunity to get feedback from you as to what we're doing well and what we should be doing more of. Make sure that you're focusing on your academic plan and you can see your path to finishing high school. Our responsibility as the public land-grant institution, and there's only one, is to serve all 6 million Missourians. And that started the Show Me Value Tour.
It's extremely important that leadership in higher education understand the needs of the communities and of the businesses that reside there so that they can continue to cultivate and develop curriculum that supports those needs.
We're going to Mercy for several reasons. They hire a lot of our graduates. There's about 1,000 employees at Mercy. There's an opportunity to talk about, to test a little bit of, are we graduating the right kind of employees for you?
We've got natural opportunities to partner with you, and we're going to be seeking those partnerships as quickly as possible. If we don't expand the people that we're collaborating with and the creativity from those that collaborate, then we're not going to have better outcomes at a lower cost.
So we're looking for disruptive ideas that can maybe transform healthcare, because like you, we've pretty much squeezed out what we can through efficiency.
One of the things that we have to do is share with the citizens of Washington and Franklin County how we touch them on a daily basis.
Y'all have heard of the 6 degrees separation. We need to make sure there's 1 degree of separation between us and you. And so we've got to figure out how we can make sure that you understand what we provide you in terms of services. We have actually put some statistics of what's going on in Franklin County on your tables, and so you can see that the thousands and thousands of interactions that we have on an annual basis with Extension, the programs that we've got like 4-H. We believe, as the University of Missouri system, and looking at our mission statement, is we've got to help create jobs here in Washington and Franklin County and across the state. We create jobs in the research that we do. Out of that research comes products, new processes, new companies. So this is an opportunity to get feedback from you as to what we're doing well and what we should be doing more of.
You know, we're thrilled that he's here doing this and getting as much exposure as we can get here in Washington to people in other areas of the state. It's really a big deal for us.
This is probably the highlight of each of the Show Me Value Tour trips, is you get to talk to middle schoolers. We'll have about 300 7th and 8th graders, and the purpose of the Show Me Value Tour is to educate them on the importance of higher education in their path towards lifelong success, and hopefully inspire them. I'm going to challenge you a bit today in our conversation to look inside yourself and embrace who you are. Try to appreciate what your talents are, what you're passionate about, and how you can make a difference. So let me unequivocally say there is not a greater investment that you all can make in yourself than a college education. If you get a college degree, you will make $1.6 million more over your life than if you have a high school degree, which means every week of your life you have $540 more than if you had just a high school education. You'd think 7th and 8th graders might be bored by some president of the University of Missouri system talking to them, but they actually are very engaged in the conversation. They pay attention, ask a lot of great questions, and they have a lot of fun.
Thank you.
Good to meet you. Best of luck. Hi.
I think you could see by the response from our kids today that they found it to be a very engaging presentation. They had a lot of great questions for the president, and I invited him back.
So I know what you're all thinking, and Wolf 2016 is not part of the plan here. But, you know, I think that does a great job of highlighting what the Show Me Value Tour is. Not just talking to students, it's talking to community leaders, going touring a business, visiting with the local paper, radios. It's a combination of all of those things, and the success of that, I think, has really been rewarded for the university and for the state. And so we're going to continue with that. Really pleased that the chancellors are going to jump in and help the president this year on that, and so we're looking forward to that.
Steve, let me just say this. I went with Tim on one of these last year, and it's a lot more exciting than even you see in the video. And I would encourage all the curators, when Tim's in your area, I know some of you already have, but get out with him and experience this, because I think it's good to have a curator there as well. But Tim does a great job, and that's something we've encouraged him to do for the last couple of years, and something that puts a lot of miles on Tim and the vehicles, but it's more than worth it, in my opinion.
Yeah. And I think my team would be a little upset if I didn't show you the pin that we hand out to the students, which really gets them excited. It's a little pin that you have in front of you, and this really helps with the questions. If you tell them they're going to get a free pin or something, boy, the hands really go up. But they really like this. But it's got some great information on there, and it's just a little piece. So anyway, thank you.
Hey, Steve.
Before you go, any questions?
Yeah, I got a question.
Oh, okay.
After you bring in the money, Steve, your main job is to get 3 new curators on this board so Wayne and Don and I can have an orderly exit here pretty quick. How are you coming on that?
We got one on.
No,
I think you haven't got me through yet.
You heard anything?
I've heard nothing.
Well, Don was planning on retiring here January 1st, and so was I. I don't know about
last
Wayne.
meeting.
I thought he was king for another year or so.
He could be king for another year.
I would like to say one thing. I think your messaging for you and the president, and building on what Hank's doing, that the University of Missouri is an economic development and a jobs tool, is absolutely critical for legislative relations and with the change in the legislature. I think it's very good messaging. I think it's very true. And I think all of it, you and Hank and Tim all together should be commended, because I think you've hit on the message. That is the chance we have to build the institutions the way we want to build them. I think that's the message.
Curious, Stillman, thank you. And I think for us, and the thing that we try to do every single day when we walk in, we know it's not just going to be a kind of a one-day, one-year thing. This is going to be a long-term effort if we're really going to make a difference. And so we're committed to that, and it will be a long slog for us to be able to kind of get to where we want to go. But thanks, I appreciate that.
I'm going to shift gears just a quick moment. You talked about the changing dynamics of the legislation, not only the federal level, but at the state level. What does that mean to us? What does that really mean to us? I mean, is there kernels, one kernel of opportunity that you see that's the most significant for us as this has changed?
You know, that's a good question. The president asked that, I think, the day after the election. And, you know, I think for us is having the credibility of what this board and what this president has done over the last several years with just all of the changes that you've made from a business management standpoint with a conservative body. The state of Missouri is conservative, and that's a reflection of what the electorate is telling you. And so all of the things that we can do as far as creating jobs or running our businesses better, those things all help us, you know, with the public in general, I believe. And so we need to look through those lenses when we're trying to figure out what kinds of things are going to be good for the university to promote. So I don't know if that answered your question adequately or not.
It did. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
And thank you, Tim, for the tour. I mean, that was exciting stuff, and I know it's helping brand, you know, what we're doing out in the community. So thank you for taking the initiative to do that. I'm going to have Hank come back again and go over the 2 action items that need to be approved for this afternoon, and have to do with 2 degree programs. And Hank?
Okay. Curator Stewart, thank you. The first proposal you have in front of you is from University of Missouri-Columbia. It's a BA program in digital storytelling to begin the fall semester 2015. I recommend that you approve the item. The University of Missouri-Columbia proposes this BA program to begin, as I said, in fall of 2015. It's the result of a collaboration among faculty across the campus, including the College of Arts and Sciences, which will serve as the host of the degree program, the School of Journalism, the College of Engineering, the College of Human and Environmental Sciences, and the College of Education. Although the program will be based in the liberal arts curriculum in the College of Arts and Science, it will be significantly leveraging existing courses across campus to serve a body of students who want and need digital skills for a variety of careers. So the faculty at the University of Missouri-Columbia and I recommend and recommended to you and to the president that you approve this new degree program. I'd be happy to answer any questions about it.
Any questions?
Hank, I'd just like to say that the materials in the board materials were very comprehensive on both of these, and I really appreciate that. I mean, that's answered every question I had.
That's great, and the credit goes to the folks out there who put this degree program together. It's very, very well thought out.
So can I get a motion?
I can't make a motion. I have questions. You want to get a motion on the floor, and then I'll have some questions?
Okay, so can we get a motion to move on this particular degree program?
So moved.
Okay, can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, any questions?
Yeah.
You're on.
Well, I'm not on the committee, or I would have made the motion, because I think it's a great idea. And all that you've done in, you know, leading up to it today, and the videos and everything, you know, we already have the capability of doing some really great digital storytelling. But when I went through the proposal, I did have a couple of questions, so I forgot this was on today's program, so I got to ask them anyway.
Sure.
The name of it being digital storytelling, if it's about, you know, capturing, and I know Susan Hollingsworth and her crew did great work here and are capable of participating in this, but if it's about storytelling or if it's about digital, and the name of it, when I first read it a few days ago, I thought, well, it's an interesting name and it will certainly cause people to stop and look, but is it going to be more emphasis on digital? And I'll ask you, was there a debate about that, and how did you arrive at that? And then I'll move on to my second question.
Yeah. So I thought you might, or someone might ask that question about the name. It is a legitimate term of art today, and it's about really combining narrative tools with digital environments in new ways that people haven't done before. I think the name is an appropriate one. I understand the question. But I don't think there's a better name for it or a more appropriate name for it. So I think it's the right name, but it will attract some attention. That's not all bad, and we're certainly not the only university in the region or in the nation to have a degree like this, and certainly there are others in the region and elsewhere. So I think you could feel confident that we did push back on that. I personally pushed back on that name, and feel pretty confident that the answers I got, Curator Phillips, are good ones, and that we can stand by that name proudly.
Then the second and maybe deeper question is it properly in arts and science? Because you could have made a case for, if it's merging them, marketing, or you could have made a case for journalism, for really digital communication. You could have made even a better case for engineering or engineering and computer science, because that's where we really, it's a STEM cell as opposed to an A&S project. And then I looked at your codes for the jobs that we're training for, and most of those are technical. They're technical or science in terms of digital, computer, as opposed to storytelling or writing novels or the arts and science. So you're really saying we're going to do these for these technical and scientific jobs, but we're putting it in arts and science. And I didn't see an engineering dean letter. I did see, I'm not sure I saw an engineering letter. And so the question is it because the people in arts and science are enthusiastic about this and you have to have a champion in order to move forward with a program? Or was it because it's more properly in arts and science? And I love the collaboration between campuses. When you say it's a BA degree on the MU or the Columbia campus, I wish you could have a system degree, but maybe we'll do that through distance learning. But how did you come up with arts and science as the home?
Well, I think there are lots of reasons. One is it's not highly mathematized, although it's very technical. Most of engineering is highly mathematized, so we start with mathematical models for everything. Here we'd start on the humane side, or the human side, so therefore I think the human sciences make the most sense as the domain. Speaking more pragmatically, I think 45 of the courses that will be in this particular major, 45 of the existing courses come from art history, archaeology, communication, English, film studies, German, Romance languages, theater, all of which are in arts and science.
That caused me to think it's more about storytelling than it is about digital.
I think it's very much about storytelling, but it's not necessarily about fictional storytelling. It's not necessarily about creating a story out of nothing. It's very much about telling stories about real things as well as stories that may not be. So there's a creative element to it no matter what the story's about. And I think, we good people could argue about where it belongs, but I think it's properly seated in arts and sciences because of the breadth of arts and sciences, and because at the end of the day, if we look at digital humanities, which is a very similar area, that's located in arts and science, and properly so.
I guess my comment is I'm fully supportive of it. Sounds like you've thought it all the way through. You might think about some folks down at Rolla that are quite advanced in this in terms of programs that maybe the Columbia campus didn't think about, and engineering and computer science at UMKC who tracked globally in this area of digitalization, not engineering, but anyway, kudos for the collaboration.
I'll take some liberties here and be a shameless bragger on my son. My son is in the digital comic business, and he thought this was most appropriate in the arts and sciences. I mean, arts area.
He's not the one that's having to stay out a year in order to play next year, is he? Oh, that's your nephew.
No, that's my nephew. That's my nephew. But I ran this by him, and he was really excited about the possibilities here. He's changing and redefining what that looks like.
This is great. I think you should argue among yourselves.
So anyway,
reminds me of a PhD thesis committee I was on.
Any other questions? Any other questions?
I would just add one more thing, and maybe the sale's done and I should stop, but If we were to put it back into the, let's say, engineering, Curator Phillips, then we'd be looking at having to have courses, I've lived this, that would be inappropriate for students who want to go into this area. So, for example, at Penn State, I was Dean of Information Science and Technology. We had a BS in that area. We created a BA in that area because we wanted to attract students who are more humanities oriented. The problem we had is that they didn't really need to take discrete mathematics, and they really didn't need to take 6 different programming languages and some of those other things that were required for the more technical degree.
I'm satisfied and excited.
I
Okay,
also
thank you.
think it's great that you collaborated with Hallmark
Yeah.
on this thing, and
Yeah.
because this could pay big dividends for us in the future. They've
Well-
got a little foundation over there in Kansas City.
There is, and I think you recall Leo Morton at his last meeting talked about the different areas where jobs were likely to be in the next 10 to 15 years. And when he talked about arts, I know that was at the top of your list, Leo. And I remember there were eyebrows that went up. But it's this kind of art that we're talking about, right? And it's this kind of thing. And so I agree with you. If tying the Kansas City base into this is great. Is there anyone in the back there that would like to add more, or are we good? We're good. Okay.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Any other questions? Call the roll for the committee, please.
Curator Cups?
Yes.
Curator Henriksen?
Yes.
Curator Steelman?
Yes.
Curator Stewart?
Aye.
Okay, all committee votes in favor?
Take this motion to the full board. Can I get a second?
There's a second.
Very
Cindy,
good.
please call the roll.
Very good.
Curator Bradley?
Yes.
Curator Cups?
Yes.
Curator Downing?
Yes.
Curator Good?
Aye.
Curator Henriksen?
Yes.
Curator Phillips?
Yes.
Curator Steelman?
Yes.
And Curator Stewart?
Aye.
Okay, all votes in favor.
Okay. The Masters in Dietetics.
Right. So the second proposed new degree program is a master's degree in dietetics. And this will be coordinated within the program of dietetics, which will provide the coursework, as well as supervised practice and field work. And increasingly, as in the case of accounting, the master's degree or a 5th year is becoming more and more important in order to go out and get registered dietitian credentials. So this is really, I would say, a professional degree program that is of rising importance for those people who want to become professional dietitians. And I think the program at Mizzou is well poised to make the transition, to add this coursework and to add this seamlessly to the kinds of things they've done at the bachelor's degree level. So again, on behalf of the faculty who have championed this and myself, I've recommended this to you and to the president for approval.
Okay. Can I get a motion?
So
from the
moved.
committee? Okay, can I get a second? Okay. Any questions? Please call the roll for the committee.
Curator Cups?
Yes.
Curator Henriksen?
Yes.
Curator Steelman?
Yes.
Curator Stewart?
Aye.
Okay, all committee votes in favor?
Okay. This includes the Business with Academic and Student Affairs Committee. Can I get a motion to close committee?
Motion for us to approve what you just did.
To the full board.
To the full board.
Full board. So
Is there-
moved.
Is there a second? Okay, Cindy?
Curator Bradley? Curator Cups?
Yes.
Curator Downing?
Yes.
Curator Good?
Aye.
Curator Henriksen?
Yes.
Curator Phillips?
Yes.
Curator Steelman?
Yes.
Curator Stewart?
Aye.
All votes in favor.
Okay. We adjourn.
Motion.
Can I get a motion?
Moved.
Second.
Please
Okay.
call the roll.
Curator Cups?
Yes.
Curator Henriksen?
Yes.
Curator Steelman?
Yes.
And Curator Stewart?
Aye.
All right, all votes in favor.
Now we move to the Finance Committee meeting. We're only 30 minutes behind, and I'm sure Vice Chair Cups can make that up. In Chair Covington's absence, Vice Chair Cups will chair the committee today.
We have 4 information items and 2 action items. I would ask Vice President Burnett if he could begin with the efficiencies and effectiveness report. We'll try to move along as quickly as possible.
Will do. Members of the board, today I'm proud to present this year's Efficiencies and Effectiveness Report. And when you think about, in the context of all the things Hank went through and Steve went through and the president's talking about, and even Tom George's presentation about the campus, when you look at the resource base, particularly as a new person coming in and looking at the resource base, I think the story is even a better story and somewhat troubling on some fronts, but on the other hand, where I think what you'll see is we're making good use of the resources that we have at our disposal. So we'll walk through this today. This graphic just came from the College Board within the last month, and no surprise, I think, to any of you, but on a per-student basis, Missouri's 44th out of the 50 states in funding higher education. Hasn't moved a lot. But this is clear national data, and we're in the lowest 25% with respect to spending on per capita income, meaning we're in the low quartile among states that invest their wealth in higher education. The difference, I think, for Missouri coming in from as your new CFO is you just simply haven't made up for that through raising tuition. And what this slide shows here is that net tuition and fees on average from 2008 to 2013, so the last 5 years, the average of net tuition and fees has grown 25% among public universities. Here, it's 9.5. So unlike other states, you have not chosen to raise tuition to offset this decline in state support, and we'll talk about that both in this report and in the net tuition and fees presentation that follows. So I would submit to you that I think this university is a very good steward of the money it's given, the money that the state of Missouri can provide, the money that the students and parents are providing through tuition. And obviously this is important because since 2008, when the Great Recession happened, you faced revenue pressure from declining state appropriations and inflation-indexed tuition, but you've managed to maintain a balanced, strong balance sheet and a positive operational outlook. And I think that's a credit to a lot of people way before I got here. And I would say that there's a lot of things we're going to point out to you today that is the work of so many people, some are who are in this room today, but many who are out on the campuses and across our system that have done a great job with the money that we have. So just another slide to kind of show you that when you think about what state appropriations mean since 2001, in inflation-adjusted terms, this graphic's pretty illustrative to show that the net tuition and fees certainly have grown since 2001, but the state appropriation per FTE is continuing to be a smaller piece. And when you put inflation from 2001 forward to this year, you actually are getting 28% less money than you did 13 years ago when you add tuition and fees and state support. So essentially this university has 28% real purchasing power of its two key drivers to provide all these educational services across the campuses. This chart, I think, is pretty telling. And if you look at the red line, in 2001, the University of Missouri operating expenses per degree was about $60,000. And if you just inflate that, it would be pushing $80,000 in today's dollars if we had just stayed up with inflation. The blue line is actually what happened, and the actual operating expense per degree awarded is declined by $14,000 per degree over that 14 years. So literally, this university, across all of its campuses, are delivering degrees to the people of the state of Missouri for $14,000 less per degree. And the dotted line there shows it hasn't impacted degree production the degree production continues to climb. Why? Our campuses are growing. We have more students on our campuses. So the black line shows you the degree production from fiscal year 01 to fiscal year 14. The blue line shows you how much it's cost. And that has really flattened out in the last several years. And that's just tremendous work by so many across the system. And it's quite a challenge. The other piece that, and this shows the growth, the blue line shows the growth in students across the 4 campuses. The red line shows the growth in faculty and staff. And what I would share with you is in 2001, The benefits eligible faculty and staff were 18,314, and in 13 it was 19,554. Literally, you grew by 1,240 employees. At the same time, you added 38% more students. That's how you're flattening out the cost curve line. This system is doing more education with, on a per student basis, fewer people. So how did we get this done? Many people have gotten this done over time, and I'm going to highlight just a few of these today. Under Vice President Rodriguez's leadership, the electronic personnel action form, we standardized processes and we created electronic forms. Essentially, we're not hiring people with paper anymore. It's all electronic across the whole system. Shared services is really an effort of all the campuses. Accounts payable now resides on the MU campus, but serves to do the accounts payable for the other 3 campuses. That was a campus-led effort. Also, electronic approval of grants. We now run that electronically as opposed to a paper process. And then we conservatively estimate these 3 efforts to be saving almost $3 million a year, every year for the system. As Betsy talked about earlier, we are working on flattening out our benefits rate. Even though we may have cost pressures inside that, and we've committed to 3 years, we're going to manage with that. That's going to have a tremendous savings. So no increase to the benefit rate gives us a cost avoidance of $9 million in 15, 18 million in 2016, and 27 million in 17, while we're not reducing the benefits to our employees and our faculty. That's a very important point, and Betsy already talked about it. I won't spend more time, but obviously this custom network is a big piece of keeping our work within the MU system. On our supply chain, under the leadership of Tony Hall, who works very closely both with our healthcare system as well as the campuses, we are continuing to see savings in procurement. We have a show me shop where we get our campuses to buy from one place that's under contract. We've reorganized our supply chain, we've expanded services, and we believe these savings are conservatively at least $15 million annually. So when you think about those revenues being flat and more students coming through our doors, these are the types of things your folks at the University of Missouri have done for years to try and make this money stretch further. Additionally, with respect to the healthcare system, again under Tony Hall's leadership, they have driven down the cost per case on supplies, which is almost unheard of in the healthcare industry. And I know Curator Henriksen's heard some of this sitting on the advisory board for the healthcare system. But literally working with the physicians, working with the School of Medicine, our staff have worked proactively to actually reduce costs per case. And in healthcare, where healthcare costs are usually running at double digits, this is a pretty big outlier. And oh, by the way, this is helping produce those great bottom lines that we're seeing from the healthcare system, which has not always been the case for the University of Missouri Healthcare. We also, under Tom Richards' leadership as our treasurer and CIO, have restructured and you've approved debt refinancings. Here are the net savings, $15 million in 11 and 12, but this new one we did this summer, $26 million in net present value savings from doing those refinancings. We also are managing the general pool of our operating revenues to maximize income without being taking too much risk. That gave the president a $9.6 million dividend this year, with which we have available to spend that was value created by the treasurer's office. You'll hear more about this $26 million in the upcoming M&R report, because that's exactly where we want to put this, is to leverage the state support to help get these projects moving on all 4 campuses. So $51 million in new resources just under Tom Richards' leadership. On the staff compensation project, this is identical to what Betsy already provided, but I think it does go to an efficiency and effectiveness measure. Getting 5,000 staff titles to 700, 1,100 pay ranges to 19, all of these things help you spend your limited dollars in a much more targeted and intentional fashion. And I think it needs to be in this report. So the campuses have always also been active. We've got just 4 examples here, one from each campus. As you may know, and Betsy talked about it a little bit, MU has a strategic reallocation process. They're literally cutting budgets across the campus by 2% each year, and that has to go back to the campus as a whole for reinvestment in strategic initiatives. Kansas City's been managing their labor costs and driving that down by having a central hiring committee looking at all hiring requests coming centrally. That's been going on this year. UMSL, Consolidated Library Operations, with a savings of $250,000 annually, and S&T developed academic productivity measures which drive resource allocation. So the campuses have their own specific initiatives that we wanted to highlight in this report this year as well. So all this is great, and this is important work, but there's still more to be done because we don't perceive that the revenue picture is going to change greatly in the next year or 2 years or 3 years, absent some major change. The good news to say, and I think the curator saw these reports from Moody's and Standard & Poor's when we did this recent debt issuance in October, we continue to be viewed as a strong manager of our higher education enterprise. That is outsiders looking at our operating results, looking at the controls we have, the leadership we have. These are direct quotes right out of the ratings report that affirmed our rating, which is the second highest level for a public university in the United States. But we would also point out that cost pressure is not going away. These are just a couple of quotes from a couple of articles that recently came out, that the time of comfortable annual growth in enrollments and revenues is over for most institutions. We'll hope that's not for us, but we have to be prepared for that piece. And at some point, they talk about productivity gains have to come from the academic sector because that's where we spend a lion's share of our funds is in the colleges and schools. So we're going to continue to work with our campuses on that. So what are we going to work on under Vice President Allen's leadership, looking at our enterprise resource planning around our data systems? How do we make our data systems the most efficient they can be and spend our dollars wisely across the whole system? The Total Rewards Task Force Betsy talked about earlier, we will continue to look at those recommendations to make sure we're using those dollars wisely. The staff compensation project for effective and efficient talent management has to continue. And this voluntary separation program that MU's in the middle of and some other campuses are looking at are certainly tools that we can use to leverage and get the best bang for the buck that we have. And then we also have some work to do from our audit over the last year that PwC did for the curators in the system about best practices in finance and defining the finance function and roles across the campuses, particularly in the colleges, and how we manage there and how we improve training and accountability. We also need to talk about a plan to address deferred maintenance and space utilization, and that's going to be a subject of an upcoming report here just about 2 from now. And then we're also looking at a managed travel program. Many systems our size have a complete managed travel program, and we want to walk into that carefully because there's so many sources of travel, and we're so spread out between Kansas City and St. Louis and Columbia and Rolla, but we need to look at that, and that's going to be something that's on our list to work on as well. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but there's a written report in your materials, but I think that there's been tremendous work done. Please know that we don't view that the work is done, and it's probably not going to be done as long as we continue to be resourced in this way from the state of Missouri and with the constraints on tuition.
Questions for Brian? Okay. If not, let's move ahead to proposed 2016 tuition and fees.
Thank you, Curator Cups. We'll walk through this fairly quickly on tuition and fees. This is just an informational item today, giving you information heading into the February meeting where we will ask you to make decisions on tuition and fees for the upcoming academic year. So we'll set the stage today. We'll talk about tuition proposals, at least a few. Other required fees, we'll just give you a summary today, what the campuses are thinking about from housing and dining, and then just some numbers to think about cost drivers and revenue drivers. So again, similar to the efficiency and effectiveness report, I think it's important to understand that our nominal recurring state appropriation has decreased from $429 million in 2001 to $400 million in the latest fiscal year. But if you think about it in terms of the real value of that money, inflation adjusted, literally the university's lost $186 million in purchasing power of its state support since the turn of the century. That's very critical as you think about state appropriations being an important underpinning of the financial support of education in a public setting. As said in the prior presentation, enrollment growth, 38%. So we literally have 32% less state support while we have 38% more students. Thankfully, those 38% students are paying additional tuition, or this would be very much upside down. So the result, when you put that together, the state appropriations per student FTE, you can see we've declined from about $14,000 down to about $7,000. So a 50% decline in real terms, 32% in nominal terms. So we're getting about half the purchasing power per student from the state that we got in 2001. And what I think has happened in many other states, but it happened about 2010. 2010 was really the first year, probably in Missouri's history, than our system, that students were paying more of their share of the cost to educate them than the taxpayer. And you can see that that's going to continue to widen. The blue line is the student share, the red line is the state's share. The green line down here are other sources of revenue to support that. But really, for most public universities in this country, those are the two big legs of the stool: state support and net tuition. And those are probably not going to close anytime soon or reverse course, absent some major funding initiative from the state. As you also know, our tuition increases are effectively constrained by Senate Bill 389 that limits the increase in tuition and required fees for Missouri undergraduate students or residents of the state to the increase of CPI. And if we propose anything above the Consumer Price Index, we have to get a waiver from the State Commissioner of Higher Education. These present, of course, access and affordability issues for all of our students. And new fee increases must be targeted for strategic plans. That's been a policy of this board and the president for quite some time. What does all this mean? We can show you in the next slide, but student-faculty ratios are increasing, and increased class sizes can affect quality. Can you quantify it? I don't know that you can, but certainly it's not as a great educational environment when you have larger class sizes, because we just don't have the number of people we do per student. And this chart shows that, and I'm sorry about the yellow line for MU, but you can see that pretty much all of our campuses have had some impact on their student-to-faculty ratio from 2002 to 2013, and this data is gathered by the university's institutional research office. But you can see that S&T at one time had the lowest student-to-faculty ratio at 14, and it's up pushing 18 now. And Mizzou's pushing up the 21 students per faculty member. This is a natural outflow when you don't have the number of faculty you did 15 years ago per student. The other impact this has is our faculty salaries. It's been noted before, rank at or below the bottom of our comparator groups in very key areas. Likewise, many of our staff salaries are below their peers, and this puts pressure on the chancellors and the provosts on recruiting faculty and meeting the success of their strategic plan, this lack of resources. This is just a quick analysis to show you, obviously the public doctoral national average would be the best comparator, but between 2014 and 2015, the average dollar change across the U.S. was $270 increase, or about 2.8%. The average here in the MU system, or the University of Missouri system, was less than 0.5%. And these are the real dollar changes that took place on required tuition and fees compared to the national norms. You're well below, you're not raising tuition at anywhere near any of the other publics around the United States that are in the same sphere we are. This graphic is pretty telling, I think, that if you look at some schools around Missouri, and you can see what their 5-year change in tuition and fees look like. The 5-year change is the blue bar, the average annual change is the red bar, and here you can see MU at 2.2, Kansas City 2.9, S&T 2.5, and UMSL at 2.0, and all these others are quite a bit more than that. So our competitors who we compete with for faculty and staff are raising tuition more than Missouri. And what does that mean when you look at one semester? This is the minimum to be a full-time student at one of our campuses. So Ours are here this is the base number for 12 credit hours. MU at 3,700, Kansas City roughly the same, S&T a little bit in there, and UMSL all kind of grouped together. And these three universities, Oklahoma State, Arkansas, Nebraska, all get thousands of dollars more per student from their state than Missouri does. So when you think about it, we just have fewer resources on both the state side and from the tuition side with which to compete in the market for faculty. We also did one.
We showed this to our legislators, and what is the response?
I haven't yet. I'm new still to the system, but Vice President Knorr will have this information. I think that we have to have a discussion at some point about Senate Bill 389, because you're going to continue to be resource constrained with these, and that's not going to change with the current interpretation, the current application of Senate Bill 389. We are continuing to fall behind in both the two legs of the stool. State support 44th, tuition well below the states around us. And we have to have an honest discussion about what that means.
Could we have a discussion, not today, but
Yeah.
at another time, about other creative opportunities like changing the fee structure for different disciplines?
I think we absolutely need to talk about differential tuition for the high-cost programs. That is absolutely one that is being employed already.
And maybe charging differently for distance learning. I know that there's an initial investment cost, but at some point, we know that the technology will make that a lower cost, so they wouldn't have to pay the same fees. Just a thought.
I don't know that I would accept the premise that technology distance is lower cost. You still have to mount the class with faculty and that.
It isn't now. I'm just saying that
It could
in
be
the
one
future,
day,
it could
depending
be.
on how you scale.
So could we look beyond just trying to, change the legislature's mind about whether we ought to have public universities or not?
Well, I think that certainly different modalities of delivering the education have pros and cons, and I think you've heard the chancellors talk about distance and the growth of distance, and how does that fit into our formula. I still think at the end of the day, there's a market that we need to fill for the traditional Socratic method of being in a classroom, and the challenge is we don't have the resources who we're competing against to do that. That doesn't mean we shouldn't be moving towards online teaching. I've taught online, and I've
Those
taught
are just
face-to-face.
two examples. I'm hoping
Yeah.
that you and others will have, open yourself to other opportunities for efficiencies other than the traditional ones.
I don't disagree with you.
There's not a campaign that I've seen that doesn't put at the top of the list education.
Right.
They get elected based on that.
Right.
And how do we feed that back to them better? That they understand that they, when they're elected, there's an accountability associated with it.
Well, you're running against, as Vice President Knorr said earlier, a conservative state that's tax averse, right? And so that challenge, how do you mesh that with, we still want to invest in our public universities? Not just the University of Missouri system, but all the other public universities and colleges in our state. So, but I think these are data we need to pull together to give to our folks, to talk to freshman legislators, governor's office. I don't think there's anything new here. It's just that we need to continue to talk about the resource base for the university and what that's going to mean for us going forward if we don't make some strides. So we did this comparison. I won't go through it very quickly, or just go quickly, but compared MU to several peer groups among the AAU publics, the average combined tuition and fees, MU's well below. They're right in line, very close with the SEC publics. They're well below the Big Ten publics, and they're above the Big 12 publics. Why? Because a number of the Big 12 publics are getting more state support per student, notably Oklahoma State, Oklahoma, are getting many more dollars per student than we are, so their tuition is lower. But compared to the Big Ten publics and the AAU publics, MU is a very good price. It's a very low price, and that translates into dollars in the door to invest in the education.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
There are some highly publicized places, and I don't know if it's still the truth, like Purdue freezing tuition, and I think they still got declining state funds, although it's probably more than us. How is and I know you're out of the Colorado system, and which I was a little shocked to see how low they were.
Yep.
At that.
I traded up.
How, we think so, but how are they coping with these things if they're not?
Schools
Did Colorado raise tuition?
Raise tuition substantially. Yeah, we raised tuition 30 to 40% when we were being cut that hard. Yeah, because Colorado's 49th in funding higher education. So we not overnight, but over the last 7 to 8 years, tuition's probably up 35 to 40%.
How is it in line with our tuition?
It's higher. The Boulder tuition is all higher than MU, and the similar campuses to our campuses are all higher, probably by about $1,000 per student per year.
What do they do on resident versus non-resident? Do they make money? Because Colorado and Boulder has always been sort of a place a lot of students like to go.
Yeah, that's one attribute that schools like Colorado and maybe the California schools have, is they can charge a big premium on out-of-state tuition. That may or may not work here in Missouri, but I think it's something that the campuses are exploring, and you'll see that here in a second, that they're talking about raising their non-resident tuition more than they would propose raising their in-state tuition.
How many waivers, I know the different campuses are probably different, how many waivers are we granting to out-of-state?
I would have to get that information for you, but it's very liberal in the state of Missouri. It's pretty easy to get. After a year, if you establish residency, it's actually one of the easier states to establish residency, to move from non-resident to resident tuition status. That's actually one thing that has been kind of stark for me, because in Colorado, once you're a non-resident, it's not easy to become a resident because of that delta, that premium between non-resident tuition.
Is that something we should be looking at? Is that a recruitment tool we have, or is that just something that we're giving revenue away, that would not require a tuition increase?
That was an early question I had when I arrived here, and it doesn't appear that we have a big conversion rate, but it's not small by any other stretch as well. It's bigger than what I'm used to, but it's not like all your out-of-state students are converting the next year, because they have to live here year-round, and they can't go back home to their home state or live with their parents back. So it's not as big a number, but I'm still struck as to how easy it is to become a Missouri resident and lower your tuition costs to be in one of. I think it's something we should talk about with the campuses, because it's obviously a different issue at MU and maybe S&T than it is with Kansas City and St. Louis with their metro rates sitting right here on the border with Illinois or right on the border with Kansas. I think it's just different for each of the 4 campuses, and there's not one answer for it. But I think it's something we're talking to the campuses about revisiting when revenues are tight. It's a fair question. So for next year, right now, our staff's estimating CPI at 1.8%. Tuition and fees we will bring to you in February. And just a reminder, Senate Bill 389 only applies to resident undergraduate tuition and fees charged to all students. So Curator Phillips, to your question, if we were to look at a tuition differential for a program, as opposed to the entire student body, from that, Senate Bill 389 does not apply in our belief, and that's what I've been told. It doesn't apply unless it's applied to all students on the undergraduate side. So that's something that is within your power to do, and we may have that once we get through some reviews we're doing here in December and January. So right now, you can see the campuses. This is what they're proposing, either CPI, or there's no change, or actually in the case of MU, they're talking about their out-of-state students at 3%, and they're both on grad and undergrad, whereas versus 1.8 right now is our estimate for CPI. And we'll lock that number down before February, because we'll have a December estimate of CPI. You can see UMSL, what we put out to the side was to show what the fee will be with that recreation center added in, because that's really a mandatory fee that has to be placed to pay for the building right outside here. For the graduate or the proposed professional school rate increases, you can see we're pretty much at CPI. You've got some 6% and 3% in certain areas across. These are all graduate students. These are all within your power to make adjustments. None seem unreasonable. There's no recommendation right now from system or the president on these. This is just what the schools have put forth.
Can I ask one more question?
Sure.
I noticed that at Mizzou, both the law school and the vet school had a higher increase on resident than non-resident. Do you know why that is, or will that be discussed at some time?
I don't, but we'll make sure we add it to the list, we address it in February when we bring the proposal forward.
David, I had a conversation with the law school dean about that, and he said that they perceived right now they were much higher on out-of-state residents than they were relative to in-state. So they're trying to even up a little bit, but I question them about the same thing.
I will just say publicly, I'm not sure facing hard decisions that is necessarily fuel we should add to that fire, but we gotta have.
That was the justification, though. That's.
Okay. So we are next week, actually, on all the campuses, the president and I and some of my staff we're on the campuses talking about their supplemental fee proposals. And at the special board meeting that Cindy's working on arranging for January, we'll be briefing you on those that come forward so that you'd have time to reflect on those before you vote on them in February.
I have a question actually related to supplemental fees. So we've been dropping around the term differential tuition rates by major. How would that be different than what we're already doing with supplemental fees that might be specific to a given major, like an increase for nursing students per credit hour? How would that be different than a differential tuition approach?
I think it's
the
one,
same
6
thing.
of one, half dozen of the other.
Okay, thank you.
It's talking about just a tuition rate as opposed to adding a fee, a supplemental fee. Because I'll tell you, since I've arrived, many curators have said to me, I see this as tuition by any other name. So why don't we just talk about tuition differentials rather than a supplemental fee?
Thank you. I was wondering about that. Thank you.
So these are not being asked for you to vote on these today, but this is where the campuses are thinking about for health fees and housing and dining fees. And many of these are driven by contracts, at least at a couple of the campuses that they have for food service where they have a contractual obligation. And then S&T has one new student fee that was voted on by the student body that makes it exempt from Senate Bill 389, but still requires curator approval that we'll be bringing forward in February. So we're showing that to you today. And just quickly, as I said before, state appropriations and net tuition are the two primary drivers that provide the income to provide education on our campuses. Obviously, any new state appropriations will continue to be allocated based on strategic funding proposals, and we're hopeful that Vice President Knorr and his staff are very successful in bringing home more state appropriations from Jeff City. And each 1% in state appropriations equals about $4.2 million for our system. Our base is about $420 million, so each 1% would get us 4.2. How does that compare to tuition? So net tuition from a 1% increase in rates for each 1% across our system gets you about $4.3 million, absent the professional schools, but together about $6 million comes in the door when you put 1% tuition across our system. And what does that mean for when we're talking about staff increases or salary increases? Roughly across our system, a 1% increase for staff for salary and wages is about $8.6 million. So it takes us about 2% tuition increase to fund a 1% salary increase across the board. And then with the flat benefit rate, obviously that helps us, but just showing you these drivers. So it takes 2% of tuition to drive 1% staff and faculty raise pool. And those are the kinds of drivers we'll be talking with you about as we build the budget for fiscal year 16. Yes?
I didn't see it on the previous slide where you had supplemental fee increases. I was told this afternoon by a student that they were looking at in the nursing school a supplemental fee increase of around 10% a year for the next couple of years.
Which nursing school?
Here at UMSL.
Oh, okay. We are, Curator Good, you may not have been in the room, but next week, the president and I and several of my staff are on all 4 campuses to walk through their supplemental fees. So we've pulled them off today's agenda to talk about, and then those will be part of what we bring forward to the board in January for their information and voting on in February. So those have not been all those have not been brought forward because the president and I had some questions on those.
So those that you know about were on that slide?
None, there were no supplemental fees on the
There were no
slide.
supplemental.
This slide is the activity, facility, and dining fees.
Yeah, no, about 2 slides back.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is all just professional tuition. This is all tuition.
next slide after that, didn't it say supplement?
No, what we said was, we are discussing these between the campus and system. We're refining that list and we'll bring it in January.
So at this point, you don't know what's going to be proposed?
We do have an idea of what's been proposed. We're still deciding what we're going to bring forward to the curators.
Okay. And on the professional fees, I didn't see UMSL nursing on there, so I guess it's not.
I think it's CPI, but we can certainly get it on there. Yeah, the fee for UMSL nursing is not a tuition increase, it's a fee, so it wouldn't be on this list. Okay?
We'll know next.
We'll know by the January meeting.
I'd make a comment on that, you know, whether you do fee increases or whether you do differential charges, those may be short-term fixes because the legislature may think that we're playing whack-a-mole with them. And just as they've limited tuition, so might they limit fees and so might they limit differential tuition. So again, I say, you know, look for better solutions and more creative solutions in the long run. I don't think you're going to change the legislative majority in the near future.
Agreed. But we'll take that into account, thank you. So our next steps will be we're reviewing their requests. We'll bring these in January, and we would ask you to approve tuition fee, housing, dining rates at the February meeting. Any other questions about tuition and fees?
Can we move along to the maintenance and repair?
This one we can go fairly quickly on, the maintenance and repair report. Some good news to share here. Obviously, and Vice President Knorr talked about this earlier. Obviously, maintenance and repair of our existing buildings is something the campuses must continue to reallocate funding or find funding within their budget. The additional state support is obviously welcome, but if we don't get a sustainable funding fee, this will be just a stopgap solution for what we have as a very big problem, approaching $1.4 billion across all 4 campuses. So just so you know, the campuses have to report each year under an Executive Order 28 that was signed by the President back in 1994. And this is what, both in recurring funds and one-time funds, the campuses have been able to do over the last 5 years in investing in their buildings out of their operating revenues. And you can see it's a little bit below the target, mainly because resources have been constrained. The good news is back at Senate Bill 723 was approved, increases bonding for higher ed by $200 million. The governor signed it in July, and then he announced in October that he would release those bonds, and our share of the $200 million is $95 million. The way the governor allocated that was our share of the recurring state appropriation for higher education. So we're about 47% of the total investment in the state in higher education. So we're getting 47% of the $200 million. And how are we going to do that? We've got 4 projects that we're working on. And Cindy, if I could ask you, we have a piece that we're working with our staff put together. But obviously you know about Laffery already. So MU would use their share of the money for both Laffery and Stewart Hall. Schrenk Hall at S&T, where the governor was last week, is tops on their list. Benton Stadler, we'll talk about here in a second, and also Spencer Chemistry at Kansas City. And what Cindy's passing around is this kind of brochure that our staff put together to give the legislators, and obviously the governor got this last week courtesy of S&T, but we put together just kind of an information packet of what we would plan to do. What's great about the projects for our share of the $200 million is they're all STEM projects. They're all fixing up STEM space. And these are some interior pictures that are also highlighted in what Cindy's passing around to you. But I've walked many of these buildings and they are in dire need of attention. There's no question about it. And what the great news story here is, this is our share of the $95 million, and here's how we're planning to allocate it across the campuses. Laffery Hall, you already know about, that one's already approved. That's why it's not in this brochure, because we already got it approved and it had its own brochure. But the university's putting in $6.1 million in gifts. That's actually a $44 million project, and it takes out almost $17 million in deferred maintenance needs. The other good news is Stewart Hall on the MU campus will be completely renovated with $12.5 million of bonding money. The university's putting in $5.5 million. Total project cost about $18 million to get that completely renovated. So MU has 2 complete projects done with this work. Unfortunately, there's just not enough money to do a complete project on the other 3 campuses. So we're going to do half of Spencer, half of Shrink. We're going to do Shrink West, and Shrink East won't be touched with this project. And for Benton Stadler, we're doing Benton, one wing of Benton to get this done because it's so expensive. But what I would share with you is after we parceled out the $95 million, our share of the 200, we literally needed about $32 million more just to get those done. And this is where, back to the efficiency and effectiveness report, we're bringing the central bank savings from refinancing our debt, and we've allocated along with campus contributions to get projects done. And so I think our great story is we're taking the state's money of $95 million and adding 25% to it and getting $127 million worth of renovation done across our 4 campuses that takes out $88 million worth of deferred needs. This is a really good story, and we're highlighting that in these brochures that we just passed out to you to show the state that this would be a great investment. So we're hoping that this gets going because these dollars are not going to get any more valuable over time. We'd like to get these projects moving, and it seems like the feedback we got from when the governor was at S&T was how soon could they start Shrink and how soon could UMSL start Benton. We didn't have any money to even begin planning for this, so it's going to be some work to get them moving. And I believe MU and Gary Ward can talk about this on Laffery is attempting to get that done by January of 2017. So 2 years for a complete renovation of Laffery Hall is moving. And so this is a really good story. I think the challenge is that work will solve 6% of our M&R backlog, 6.2. So the good news is we have $127 million to go work with. The bad news is 94% of the problem remains. And it's only going to get worse over time as we've brought in 38% more students over the last 15 years using these buildings harder. So we have got to find a sustainable solution on M&R. And what I will just share with the curators, that what we've looked at and just modeled, not for this upcoming year, but for the next year, if there's no continued investment from the state, what would a $10 per credit hour or a $15 per credit hour M&R fee across the campuses generate? And you can see a $15 would do about $12 million a year at MU, about $4 million at Kansas City, 2.5 at S&T, and almost $4 million at UMSL. And if we did that, the graph out to the right would show if we went how much of our problem would we solve? We're already, I would just push to the right for time's sake. We're solving about 41% of the problem with our current investments. This would layer on another 25% of the solution. We still don't have a solution for a third of that problem, that backlog, because we just have to be cognizant about the cost of that for students if we can't get the state to continue to invest in our existing buildings. So it's a challenge. We must continue to reallocate funding to capital projects. We'd like to work on even more support beyond this $95 million, but absent that, I think the board is going to have to wrestle with a sustainable funding source to add to what the campuses are doing. I believe the system can continue to make investments through efficiencies and the things that we're doing in the treasurer's office on investing money, but at some point, we're going to have to find a funding source that's sustainable to get these buildings fixed up. So I'm happy to take any questions on that.
We're on a short time, so
Okay.
let's go to the next, please.
The Dobbs replacement group is just information. The MU campus, the Dobbs dorms are just north of the Furrow Field. And this is a good graphic to show you where we're at. This is Stadium and this is Providence. And you probably know on that corner, they've already made a number of investments in North Center and South Hall. Those old white towers, Lathrop, Law, and Jones will all be replaced over time, which will certainly, I think, add to the aesthetics of that area. As a new person, I would just say those are not the nicest looking residence halls that I've ever seen on a college campus. They would stay in the same theme of what's on the corner of Stadium and Providence, but they're looking at going even 5 stories for efficiency. I think they'll look very nice. What they need to do is get one of the buildings down while maintaining the capacity with the other 2 and build a dining hall that can take the entire project. This is a $71 million project you've already approved. We're just giving you these visuals to show you what they're working on. Some good news that Gary Ward shared with me earlier today is they got the bids in today, and it appears that the bids are $4 million under where they thought they would be. So that's some good news. We'll take that. Hopefully that's the lowest responsible bid. It comes to fruition. You never know until they sign the contract and say, yeah, we'll do it for $4 million less than the architect's estimate. But that's really good news for MU and for this project. And obviously these would be very modern residence halls in the suite environment that is the common, the norm, and what students expect today. The days of the, one shower for an entire floor are over, and it's not how you're going to get students to come to your campus. So these are just the floor plans that are in your materials. Happy to take any questions, but Gary's going to be up here in a second. Obviously, they need a dining hall that can accommodate all the new replacement buildings, and they need to get that built first. So I think it's very exciting, and it'll certainly change the landscape looking north out of Faroe Field at some point. And I think they've done a really nice job of integrating it with the existing buildings and a mix of the red and the white campus that you can see in the architectural elements. Questions on that?
Next item, project approval.
So you have two items to approve today. Oh, this is, let's see, we have Laffrey Hall first, but I don't think we have a PowerPoint for it. Is that what you have next, Mr.
Yes.
Chairman? Laffrey Hall. So we just talked about Laffrey and the M&R. We need to do a formal project approval from the Board of Curators to move forward on that. It's already been approved by the State Bonding Board, which includes the governor and the attorney general. That's all been done. But we just need a formal approval to move forward on that project. And it is very time sensitive and obviously a needed project for the campus.
And those funds are provided by the state and also by donations.
That's right. It's $38.5 million of the $95 million is going to Laffrey, and then the rest is gift funds that'll be used. And so it's very exciting for the College of Engineering on the MU campus and needed.
Is there a motion in the Finance Committee to approve the project?
So moved. Second.
Discussion? Cindy?
Curator Cupps,
Yes.
Curator Good,
Aye.
Curator Phillips,
Yes.
Curator Steelman,
Yes.
Curator Stewart.
Aye.
Okay, all committee votes in favor.
Mr. Chairman, on behalf of the committee, I would move that the Lafferty renovation and repair be approved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Cindy?
Curator Bradley,
Yes.
Curator Cupps,
Yes.
Curator Downing,
Yes.
Curator Good,
Aye.
Curator Henriksen,
Yes.
Curator Phillips,
Yes.
Curator Steelman,
Yes.
Curator Stewart.
Aye.
Okay, all votes in favor.
Next item is the Missouri Orthopedic Institute addition and renovation.
Now, we can take that slide presentation. Thank you. So, as you may know, you've already approved an expansion to the Missouri Orthopedic Institute. They have the chance to put a fourth floor on the 3 floors that was already approved. And this is the expansion. This is Stadium Boulevard. And you can see the white is the existing building. This addition has already been approved by the board, but they have a $3 million gift that they would like to put a 4th floor on this while they're building it. Obviously, that's very cost effective. The idea to match that $3 million gift, it would be added to our 50-50 list, which the board has already approved. And if they don't get the 50-50 match from the state, the School of Medicine has reserves to make that other part happen. So it's about a $6 million addition to put a 4th floor on this building. These are some of the visuals that, in some of the shell and the clinics that they would like to expand on that 4th floor. And that's kind of a rendering of the building addition next to the existing building. So it's underway, or it's on its way to being done, put a 4th floor on it, and half of it will be paid by a generous donation by an MU alum. So we're recommending approval of this, add the 4th floor while we're building it.
Any questions? Is there a motion from the committee?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Discussion? Cindy?
Curator Cupps,
Yes.
Curator Good,
Aye.
Curator Phillips,
Yes.
Curator Steelman,
Yes.
and Curator Stewart.
Aye.
All committee votes in favor.
Mr. Chairman, on behalf of the committee, I would move approval of the Missouri Orthopedic Institute addition and renovation.
Is there a second? Cindy? I believe it was good. Second.
Curator Bradley?
Yes.
Curator Cups?
Yes.
Curator Downing?
Yes.
Curator Good?
Aye.
Curator Henriksen?
Yes.
Curator Phillips?
Yes.
Curator Steelman?
Yes.
Curator Stewart?
Aye.
All votes in favor.
I have a quick question about what we just did, though. So the idea that you're going to put it on the 50/50 list, how long do we leave it on the 50/50 list to see if the legislature will match it as opposed to taking out of reserves?
Well, I think we move forward with the project because it's going to be built anyway. It depends on when they need the funds to make the last payments towards the contractor. I think we've got some time there, and maybe Gary, if you want to comment on that as the Vice Chancellor for Operations on the MU campus.
Okay. Thanks.
It may not be the easiest sell, given that we have a backstop for it, unlike our other 50/50 projects. Yeah, I agree.
Is there a motion to adjourn the committee?
So moved.
Cindy?
Curator Cups?
Yes.
Curator Good?
Aye.
Curator Phillips?
Yes.
Curator Steelman?
Yes.
Curator Stewart?
Aye.
All votes in favor.
Given the lateness of the hour, we're going to move to the audit committee meeting now, and if we have time before the time we have to adjourn today, we're going to go back to the governance. If not, we'll cover governance in the morning. Chair Hendrickson.
Fortunately, we just have one information item today in the audit committee, and that's the external audit report from KPMG, Susan Eichhoff.
Well, I agree. I think we'll probably have the legislature eventually look at that.
Good evening. I'm Susan Eichhoff. I'm the signing partner for the University of Missouri report, and I'm here tonight to present to you our required communications under the standard. Most of this will be things that you've heard before, but I'll try to highlight a couple of things for the year for you. If we turn to slide 2, we did, of course, audit the business type activities, the discretely presented component unit, and the aggregate remaining fund information for the university, as well as you know, we issue a separate opinion on what we refer to as MU Healthcare. I do want to point out just a couple of things about the report, as I have in the past. The introductory and the statistical section are presented for purposes of additional analysis, and those are the two areas of the report that we actually do not give an opinion on. We just do comparative analysis and make sure things look right, but we don't actually audit those two sections, so I wanted to bring that to your attention. Then there's a variety of what's referred to as required supplementary information within the report. The most important probably being the management discussion and analysis, as well as there's a handful of pension schedules located within the financial statements. And we do certain limited procedures on those areas of the financial statements. Fiscal year 2014 was a pretty big implementation year for the university. You had 3 accounting standards, governmental accounting standards that were implemented, one of them being relative to how debt's recorded within the financial statements, and 2 of them were reflective of how pension activity is accounted for. If we turn to slide 3, we are responsible for performing and expressing opinions on the financial statements. We do plan and perform the audit to obtain reasonable assurance, but not absolute assurance. We also look at internal control over financial reporting. We really look at that as a basis for determining what substantive procedures that we perform, but not for the purpose of expressing an opinion on internal control. We also have a responsibility to communicate significant matters to you, but we do not specifically look for matters to communicate to you, if that makes sense. On slide 4, for the most part, less the accounting implementations that I spoke of previously, the significant accounting policies by the university and the health system remained unchanged within the financial statements. And then under professional standards, we're required to talk to you about anything that we consider to be both significant and unusual under the accounting standards, but none of the transactions for the university or the health system for 2014 fit those definitions as laid out by accounting guidance.
So all of these things that you're talking about are a review, not an audit.
No, we're doing an audit of the actual financial statement numbers. Correct. I just started out by making sure that you understand of the financial statements, they're made up of different sections. And there's a couple of sections that we don't apply true auditing procedures to, being the introductory and the statistical. But the financial statements themselves and the footnotes, we're actually auditing.
Okay.
Okay?
There's a difference, right?
There is, yes, absolutely.
Okay.
On slide 5, the preparation of the financial statements takes into account a number of estimates and assumptions, and I just wanted to go over a couple of the more significant estimates and assumptions with you. The first being the allowance for uncollectible accounts, pledges, and notes receivable. Obviously, there's some estimate as to when those amounts will ultimately become collectible and uncollectible. Management records investments and interest rate swap agreements at estimated fair values. And then there is an estimated liability that is recorded for workers' compensation claims, general liability, health claims, and medical malpractice. Lastly, wanted to bring to your attention the net pension liability, and obviously those amounts are based on actuarial determined percentages. If we flip and think about the health system, the biggest estimate within the health system report that flows through to the university report is the estimate that's made for contractual allowances and third-party allowances. And the way that we handle those significant estimates is that we look at the key factors and assumptions that are embedded within management determining the amounts under those assumptions, and we make sure that we believe that, taken as a whole, that they are fairly stated. On to slide 6. We did have one uncorrected adjustment to the books and records of the university. This is something that we've talked to you about before. Because of timing differences in the way that you receive investment information from the fund managers, there's a lag between when you receive it and when we want to get when management and we want to get the audit done. And so there was a difference between the investments and the fair value that was recorded because March 31st information is used. We get the information as of 6:30 and look at it and just make sure it doesn't materially misstate the financial statements. And so there's an uncorrected misstatement that you'll see within the materials to adjust the investment amount within the pension trust funds. Then if we switch to the healthcare, there were 2 uncorrected misstatements. One of them has to do with a liability reserve for prescription drugs, and the other one was relative to the implementation of the accounting guidance that I spoke of earlier relative to GASB 65, which is how that debt is recorded within the financial statements. If we flip to slide 7, the highlights of this slide would be that we did not have any disagreements with management. That if they were not satisfactorily resolved, that would have caused a modification of our audit opinion. And then we confirm that as of your financial statement date of June 30th and as of today, that we are independent accountants. And then finally, we are required under the standard to provide you with various information. So within the PDF that we release to you that you have on your systems, there's things such as all the engagement letters that we issue to you, and all the management representation letters between KPMG and management, as well as the government auditing standards internal control opinions. On slide 8, I've given some highlights already of the financial statements. A couple of other items to note is that, as you know, I present to you our planning decisions, and I presented that to you at the April Board of Curators meeting, and I wanted to let you know that as we performed our audit procedures up until we released our opinion in October, that our plan was consistent with that I communicated to you at that April board meeting. And then as we refer to the government auditing standards opinion, we did not note any significant deficiencies or material weaknesses. As far as other deliverables on the next slide are concerned, we do also issue an opinion on the financial statements of Capital Region Medical Center. I attended that board meeting in Jefferson City in mid-November and presented the results of that audit to that separate board. And then in the upcoming months, specifically next month, we'll be issuing the NCAA agreed upon procedures reports. And then in February or March, we will be issuing the federal audit that we refer to as the A133 report. And then we did want to inform you that we were involved with the debt issuances that the university did in November. And we did issue 2 independent accountant consents consenting to the inclusion of our opinion within your financial statements within those debt offerings. And at this time, I'll take any questions that you have relative to the audit. None?
Questions from the committee? From the board?
Okay, very good, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the audit committee will stand in recess.
Amazing. We're back on time now. We now have time for the governance committee meeting. Chair Good.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have 2 information items. The first one is the new curator orientation plan for 2015. And it's my understanding that there is no presentation. There's no presentation on this. It's simply here for our information and discussion if anyone has any questions. No questions. Moving on to a report on the Red Campus, the second information item.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to be very brief. I don't know a lot about the Red Campus being here for 100 days, so I've brought help with the guy who does know the Red Campus. So Vice Chancellor for Operations, Gary Ward from the MU campus is going to do this presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Burnett. Good afternoon or good evening. I want to talk today about Mizzou's Francis Quad, or better known as the Red Campus. I'll first talk a little about the E&G campus, and I'll give you a definition of that in a minute, and then look specifically at the Francis Quad and highlight some of our recent accomplishments on the quad. Then I will provide an update on the Jesse and Swallow projects, followed by a brief discussion on Lafferty and Neff Halls. Lastly, I want to provide you with a history of Pickard Hall and brief you on some of the regulatory changes that require us to address work done in the past within that building, and a rough timeline on that. We have 2 types of buildings on campus. Education in general are E&G and auxiliaries. E&G buildings are those facilities that are funded with state appropriations and tuition. These are our teaching, research, and administrative buildings. On the other hand, auxiliary buildings are those that are self-funding and do not receive any kind of state or tuition dollars. Athletic facilities, hospital, res life, dining halls, the rec center, and our student centers are all auxiliary buildings. On this slide, I am showing our E&G campus in gold, and the auxiliary buildings are grayed out. On this slide, I'm showing in red those E&G buildings that have an FCNI, Facilities Condition Needs Index, of 0.40 or larger. If you recall, an FCNI is a ratio of the needs to the replacement value of the building. An FCNI of 0.40 means that 40% of that building needs to be replaced. Our target is to have an FCNI of 0.30 or 30% or lower. A rule of thumb is any building that has a FCNI of 0.40 or larger, it is better or more cost-effective to completely renovate that building than it is to try to fix the deficiencies within that building. As you can tell on this slide, we certainly have our challenges at the University of Missouri. Now, if we zoom into the Francis Quad, we can see our most significant historical buildings. If you look at number 1, that's Jesse Hall, 2 is Swallow Hall, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. These are all the red buildings, the ones that have a FCNI above 0.40. 4 is Pickard Hall. 7 and 8 are Neff Hall and Neff Annex. And then 16 is the Laffery work in the 35 and 44 edition that you just approved, and thank you very much for that. Number 11 is McAllister Hall. That's not necessarily on the quad, but there's some of the older buildings. 12, 13, and 14 are Noyes, Parker, and Old Student Health. And then that building down here at the bottom, 17, is Hill Hall, our educational building. So what has our strategy been dealing with these historical buildings? In 2009, we started our Mizzou stewardship model with the Tate and Switzer renovations. The stewardship model is simply full building renovations with a goal of not over-designing, eliminating 100% of our deferred maintenance and code issues, reducing the annual operating cost of a building, and more importantly, improving the academic performance of the building. As you can see from this slide, we have met the goals on all three of these buildings for the stewardship model. These buildings now have an FCNI of 0. Now I want to give you a quick update on Jesse Hall. This project is going well, and it's on schedule. We're adding a sprinkler system and a new fire alarm system. We're also improving the mechanical system throughout the building and adding another elevator and replacing the existing elevator. When done, we will have eliminated close to $9 million in deferred maintenance and brought the FCNI down from 0.47 to 0.28, which is within our goal. Swallow Hall, what a project. This old building started out as the zoology and geology building and later became the School of Business. Curator Good, you asked me which building was, that's the one. Swallow was the College of Business, or School of Business.
That's not the one that was the School of Business when I was there.
I think that is back over to the sociology building was School of Business before it was sociology, so they moved them around. But in 31, not in 31.
Okay.
But in 31, we had a tornado that tore off one of the witches' hats, and due to a lack of funding, instead of repairing one of the witches' hats, the one on the right was the one that came off, we tore the other one off. Folks, I can't make that up. So in 2000, while doing some exterior repairs to the building, we made the repairs to the exterior of the building and we reinstalled both witches' hats in their proper place. The current project is on track and should be complete by February 2016. When done, this building also will have an FCNI of 0, and we will have eliminated $5.5 million in facility needs, and we'll add about 30% more square footage for teaching and educational space within Swallow Hall. However, as this board knows, these historical projects do come with a cost. Just to give you an idea of some of the work that's going on, these pictures are a couple of weeks old now. In fact, some of the things you're seeing are already gone. The biggest part of this project is to replace, think about this, to replace the existing structure within the building, the existing roof structure, and the existing foundations. I equate this project as building an airplane in the air. Here's a photo of the east side. It was taken a couple of weeks ago. If you saw it now, it's even worse or better. It's on the east side where we're removing the east side in order to be able to get in there and dig a basement and then be able to get underneath those existing foundations and shore those up. But note the external bracing, these diagonal pieces that you see here and over there. Those are what's going to be used to hold up the building once we take the interior structure out of the building. This shot gives you a better picture of it. And we're not finished putting them all up here. And I don't want to get into a lot of details on this, but one of the things we had to do on the exterior of this building is we had to go 18 inches on center all around the building, drill holes, and then inject grout into those walls in order to be able to hold themselves up once we remove the interior structure, before we could even put the braces on. So that in itself was like a $2 million price tag, just to be able to grout the building.
Are there some historical resources available that help support do this?
Unfortunately, not. Unfortunately not. We looked into that because we had some historical dollars years ago for a small part of Laffery Hall that came through the feds. That's the only thing, and because of the cut in federal funding and projects like that, we haven't seen anything.
Who's the general contractor on this project?
River City. Yeah. They've done very good work on this, because trying to keep this project on pace, they've done an excellent job on that. Switching to Laffery Hall. Today, we are very excited that we were able to bring the Laffery Hall project to the board for approval.
Before you leave Switzer, that was a museum building in its last, well, before it was all taken out and moved, and that's what's out in the old campus.
No, that's Pickard. I'm going to talk about that in a little bit.
Yeah, no, but there was a.
Oh, yeah, there was a museum in this as well. Both of them moved out there, I'm
Right.
sorry.
And they're both out now at the old cancer hospital.
Right, up at Mizzou North.
Is there a plan for what's coming back in here, or is that open at this point? I know there's a, major issue about where those museums might go and how they might be organized.
The idea is that the museums would remain out at Mizzou North until we can address the Pickard issue. And this right here is being renovated for more teaching and research type functions within the building.
Okay, thank you.
So today we were very excited that we were able to bring the Laffery Hall project to the board for approval. This has been a priority for MU for over a decade. We're very grateful to our state legislators, Governor Nixon, this board, and our alumni and donors that made this project a reality. When complete, we will have a very flexible teaching environment for engineering students, and we will eliminate $15 million in critical needs. Brian was talking about 16.9 or something like that of deferred maintenance. We characterize our deferred maintenance needs based on a priority of 1, 2, 3, and 4, and our critical needs in this building is one of the highest on campus. It's $15 million worth. So it is a major project. The FCNI for this part is 0.91. And again, when we're done with that, it will be 0. And again, 0.91 means 91% of that building is shot, at least those two particular areas in that building. Neff Hall and the Neff Addition. They're both part of our J School. That's those buildings on the north side of the quad I showed you. Neff Hall is a beautiful historic building originally built in 1918. We do not have plans right now as to when we are going to renovate this facility, but when we do renovate this facility, it has good bones, and this is a building that would be easier to historically renovate, and that would be the plan. On the other hand, Neff Annex, or Neff Addition, is a 1959 building that has no historical significance to it at all. This is a prime site on our quad that someday should have a signature building sitting there, framing the north end of our quad. Again, we do not have any plans in the works to renovate or to take down or do anything with that building, but both of these buildings will have to be addressed sometime in the future. Then once we do those two buildings, if you kept in mind when we went around those buildings on that zoom in, that's all the historic buildings on the Francis Quad that will be addressed. Once we do the Pickard, and well, I'll talk about Pickard in a moment, Pickard, Swallow, Neff, and then Laffery. That was it. I want to finish my presentation and talk about Pickard Hall. Pickard was built in 1892 and was not called Pickard Hall in 1892, but rather the Chemical Laboratory Building, and later the Old Chemistry Building. In 1976, it became the home of art history, archaeology, and museum. The building was renamed Pickard Hall after Dr. John Pickard, a professor of art history and archaeology, who served MU from 1902 to 1929. Our current challenge today, though, started in 1902 when Pickard Hall was still the Chemical Laboratory Building. I want to introduce you to Dr. Herman Slunt. Dr. Slunt joined the chemistry faculty in 1902. Within 8 years, he became chair of that department, and in 1913, he started studying radium. In 1922, he has thousands of pounds of radioactive waste shipped from Chicago and New Jersey to MU's Chemical Laboratory Building. Women working in watch factories at that time would often lick their paintbrushes and become ill from the reflective paint that was spiked with radium. So Professor Slunt, serving as his own guinea pig, studying workplace practices in watch factories, drinks water spiked with radium. Now, you can see for his eyes that that's probably the kind of guy that would do such a thing. Again, you can't make this up. In 1937, he died from kidney failure. So now we have a building that was used for radium studies, and in the 1960s, MU discovers low-dose radiation well below the allowable limits and institutes a monitoring program. In 2005, the NRC's jurisdiction is expanded to include radium, which was previously state-regulated. In 2009, the NRC mandates that naturally occurring radioactive materials like radium require decommissioning. MU notifies the NRC that Pickard Hall falls under that jurisdiction. The NRC asked for a 2-year cleanup plan. In 2011, MU asked for an indefinite delay, citing our academic mission and the historical significance of the building. That request was not received favorably. Therefore, in 2013, MU retracts the request and closes Pickard Hall. NRC informed MU that our characterization plan, and I'll define that in a moment, is due to them before March the 31st, 2015. So what's a characterization plan? Simply, it's a study. And the study determines what contaminants are in the building, where are those contaminants in the building, and then how deep are those contaminants within the materials in a building. So if you think of a sponge, are they all the way saturated? Are they just in the surface? And do they cover the entire sponge? That's what this characterization study will provide. Once we have a characterization study, we can then put together a decommissioning plan and submit that to the NRC. So our next steps and a rough timeline. In September this year, we sent out an RFQ, and in October, we hired a consultant to write our characterization plan. The plan is due, again, as I said, to the NRC before March the 31st, 2015. We are told that it will take about a year to receive an approval back from the NRC on just the characterization plan. After we receive the approval back, it will take about a year to conduct that study. After the characterization plan is complete, or that study is complete, we will then have a campus and a board discussion on how we should decommission Pickard Hall based upon the results of that study. Therefore, roughly in 2017, we'll begin the implementation of the decommissioning plan. This should roughly take 3 to 5 years, so that puts us at 2020 to 2022. It is important to note that this is only the decommissioning of Pickard Hall. This is not the renovation of Pickard Hall. Any renovation occurs after the decommissioning plan is complete. However, I want to assure the board that the final solution for Pickard Hall will only be implemented after a wide and deep campus and board of curator discussion.
Are we moving a little fast? I mean, it's 8 years to get this done.
I know, I can't comment. It's a federal regulatory agency. So that completes my presentation. I want to thank the board for their support over the last several years, and particularly want to thank retiring curators Good, Bradley, and Downing for their support and service to the institution, especially MU. It's much better because of your work. Thank you, and if you have any questions.
Any questions? I have, well, on Pickard, it's my understanding at the very minimum, it will need essentially the same work that's currently being done on Swallow Hall.
Except maybe all 4 of the walls.
Perhaps more than that.
Seriously,
yes.
it may, what we're doing with Swallow is, seriously, if you think of a building, 4 walls, we're taking down the back wall and taking out all the guts, the whole thing, and then put everything back in. But what we don't know, Curator, is how far is the radiant into the building? Is that sponge saturated? Once we know that information from the characterization study, then we can start having a discussion about what we're going to do. And I'm sure that will be a lively discussion.
Well, I know you and the campus are making every effort to preserve the red campus. I think probably this board uniformly supports that. I know all of us who went to school there support that and know that preserving the campus is really essential for the whole character moving forward of the
Yes, sir.
campus. So,
You know,
Thank you.
I don't have any sentimental connection to all of that, okay? So I don't have that reference that you have. But we're going through an awful lot of expense to preserve this building and the historic value of the building. But in my mind, you know, it sounds like it'd be a lot easier and quicker and less expensive to tear it down and build something else.
That may be true, and we'll know that after we finish the study, because again, if we think of the sponge analogy, I'm not even sure, we're not even allowed to test it yet. We have to bring in a plan that the NRC approves. We know we have radon in the building. We know there were thousands of pounds of radiation material in that building. So how far did it get through the building? Now, I will tell you, our consultants tell us that radium loves wood, like a sponge. The structure, the existing structure in that building is wood. So likely, it's sucked in. Is it the brick and everything, all concrete? I don't know.
can you go back to the photo of the building?
The what?
The photo of Pickard? Yeah, that one.
It's a beautiful building.
In due respect to my fellow curator, I would argue that if that building wasn't there, the red campus wouldn't be what it is. This is, I think, extremely important to, if at all possible, to do. And it's basically the same work that we've done, with Swallow, 3 other buildings now in the red campus?
Well, it depends on how much is this through the building. If it's not, then we could be more like what we're doing with Swallow or what we did with Switzler, or even parts of Tate.
But Gary,
Thank you. I won't,
just as a point of compare, we're spending $8 million to fix Swallow.
Oh, it's much more than that.
What is it?
What is,
I
what,
can't
what is,
remember.
it's Swallow, it's on our, I think it's 16 to 18.
16 to 18.
It's very expensive per square foot.
So, but you take the FC&I down to 0.
Yeah.
So if you hypothetically knock Swallow down and had somebody make exactly the same building that look exactly the same, how much would that have cost us?
Less. Less.
$1 million, $2 million?
Well, I think if we would have gone back with a brand-new building that looked like Swallow,
Right.
but all new materials, we probably would have paid a third. Less.
Third less.
Third less. Yeah.
Just to put it, kind
Yeah.
of put it into
I mean,
perspective.
but I also want to point out that if there is anything on the campus that, or an area that we need to ask the questions deeper, that's the area. Other parts of the campus, maybe a little less, but the Francis Quad, we at least need to go through the exercise. And we have no choice on Pickard. We have to go through the exercise.
I think that's basically true with almost any renovation.
Any what?
Almost any complete renovation, it's almost always cheaper if you start over.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Gary.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee be adjourned.
Second?
Curator Bradley
Yes.
and Curator Good.
Aye.
Okay, all votes in favor.
We will be in recess until the morning.